world coming to? Honorable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen, to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honorable members, joining us in the Speaker's Gallery today are very special guests of the member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville. I would like to introduce her son, Joseph Hominick, accompanied by Caitlin Menezes. His girlfriend, please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. Also joining us today is Rene Chad, nephew of the member for Calgary East, and he is accompanied by Nancy Narara and Vishay BJ. We don't quite have a school group here yet, but they will be joining us as guests of the Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley, the Worsley Central School from Worsley, Alberta. And also in the galleries today is Madison Forster, a social work student currently doing her practicum in the constituency office of Edmonton Strathcona, and Kelly Harris, a constituent and guest of the member for Calgary Elbow. And last but not least, I met some very lovely folks today touring the legislature. I might just add that public tours are available again to members, their constituents, or members of the public. We have a guest visiting all the way from Toronto and another one from here in Edmonton. Would you all please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly?
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the eco-criminal Liberal minister announced his new climate plan. Alberta's government made its position absolutely clear. This plan is insane and unworkable. And I must say, the response from our opposition across the way was interesting. They came out and claimed, for the first time in their political careers, in their lives perhaps, that they were opposed to Justin Trudeau. They claimed, in contrast, the entire time they were in government, that they were going to stand up for Alberta. Well, Mr. Speaker, this was curious, because the truth is that this is the party, before Justin Trudeau, that brought in the job-killing carbon tax. This is the party that tried to meddle in our electricity markets and spike the cost for Albertans, to enable the ill-advised green energy scheme, bringing bureaucrats to change your light bulbs and shower heads. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have an answer for Albertans. Just like celebrities at the Oscars on the weekend, the NDP are actors. They're acting, Mr. Speaker. They're acting and pretending that they agree with the priorities of Albertans for purely selfish, cynical reasons. An old dog can't learn new tricks, Mr. Speaker, and that's true for the NDP. On top of the anti-oil rhetoric, the Alberta NDP, we can see that the true position plainly and clearly enough through the statements of their federal leader, Jagmeet Singh, who recently struck a new deal, a coalition deal with Justin Trudeau, and they had something to say on this last night. He said that this radical climate plan from the Trudeau Liberals was not radical enough, Mr. Speaker. He said that the NDP were going to use their influence in Ottawa and the coalition that they just formed to make the plan even worse and to make it more radical, to step up the attack on Alberta's ethical energy. The leader of the opposition here in Alberta could come out and denounce her federal leader. She could disassociate from the federal NDP, but we all know that won't happen. As the old Alberta adage goes, Mr. Speaker, you can't suck and blow at the same time. You can't both be on the side of Jagmeet Singh and be against Justin Trudeau. You must pick a lane, Mr. Speaker. Albertans know which lane we're in over here in the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm proud to represent the constituents of Northwest Edmonton, and it is my duty to stand up and bring their concerns to this chamber so that the government can take action. Right now, my constituents are being hammered by the cost of living crisis created by this UCP government. Utility bills are at a record high. Insurance rates have been climbing. School fees, property taxes, tuition, interest payments, the list goes on. And despite their claims, this government is using a sneaky income tax hike to take $1 billion away from Alberta families. Making life more expensive for Albertans has been a constant focus on this government from day one. I received a message from a constituent whose bill for electricity doubled to $600. He's never seen in his life a bill this high. The UCP only offers $50 checks and a fake natural gas rebate in return. I've gotten letters from families who are now choosing between buying groceries and paying their power bills. Families who are coping with more debt because they can't afford to make the full payment each month. Families with 2 incomes that are worried about having their power cut off. And this government is offering them nothing, even resembling support. That's not just from my constituents, Mr. Speaker. Albertans from one corner of this province to the other are struggling with this crisis. While each day the Associate Minister claims to be empathetic with the high cost of living, he also refuses each and every day to actually take action and provide anything that resembles relief, proving that Albertans just can't trust this UCP to step up for them. Albertans are struggling. They watch from this government. They fail to respond, fail to show real compassion for the difficulties that they are in, abandoning Albertans when they need help the most. So my message to this government today is simple. Albertans deserve better. They deserve a government that cares about them, and they sure don't see it from this UCP.
The honourable member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we approach the start of April, I'd like to remind this House that April is the month of the military child, a time to recognize the strength and resilience of children growing up in military families. As the Government of Alberta's liaison to the Canadian Armed Forces, I am honoured to regularly speak with Forces members and their families. Parents among them are quick to speak of their children and hopes for the future. Yet many of these parents also acknowledge the challenges caused by frequent moves and faraway deployments that are a fact of life for Forces members and their families. Members can face new assignments to different parts of the country and even sudden deployment that can take them halfway around the globe. Mr. Speaker, service members can spend upwards of 25% or more of their professional services away from their families. The impact of separation and relocation on children can be significant and lead to emotional and even physical issues. Civilian children, teammates, teachers, and other adults often do not fully understand their experience, which can leave these children feeling isolated, a reality that was confirmed in the 2013 Ombudsman report from National Defence. This is why it is so important that educators be trained and given tools that better assist military children, and that we identify the services not only in education but also in healthcare that need to be that can help assist children and their families through frequent relocations. I want to thank the Government of Alberta for always having an open door to learning how we can take more action on these important initiatives. It is so important to be mindful of children who may be living with long separation from a parent and check in on them. Educators, coaches, other adults in the lives of military children can help by being a listening ear and ensuring that each child has access to supports and services they need to flourish as young adults. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortage of turmoil in this world, so I ask that we consider and be mindful of the burden that military children take on. Some will have a parent deployed in Europe at this very moment, and others will know what a broader conflict could bring. Let's recognize and celebrate military children in Alberta communities and all that they and their parents contribute to our province and country.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
We need to reduce our emissions. The science is clear. In order to do that, we need real targets, not aspirational goals. A real plan must protect Alberta workers and their families. A real plan must engage, genuinely engage, with Alberta's energy industry. And that's not what we saw from the federal government yesterday. For all of that, we need a provincial government that can stand up and speak credibly on behalf of Albertans, that acknowledges the progress we need to make and advocates for real targets and real details. Alberta must play a leading role in the international effort against climate change, and we are proud to contribute. But Alberta deserves real support to build our economy of the future, and Alberta's share of $9 billion is not going to do it, particularly when the energy industry is being asked to do a huge part of the heavy lifting when compared to others like transportation. Alberta's energy industry has committed to net zero by 2050, a goal shared by Alberta's NDP. But to do that, we need real targets, a real plan with real details and real funding. Not just for technology, but for people who will be displaced, real people with real families who deserve real support. These are reasonable requests. So why didn't they reach Ottawa? Maybe because the Premier of Alberta is not spending his time making that argument. Maybe it's because he's spending his time defending himself from various investigations. Maybe he's out selling memberships for his leadership review. Or perhaps he's just too busy making Will Smith memes. The UCP is incapable of having grown-up conversations about what is reasonable, what is achievable, and how to contribute to making real progress on the real issue of climate change. And the results are clear. The UCP is utterly preoccupied with their own internal political drama, and they are failing Albertans.
The honourable member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last couple of weeks, I've had the pleasure of meeting with municipalities from across my constituency of Lesser Slave Lake at the Rural Municipalities Association Spring Convention. We were able to meet with the ministers and discuss the rising needs in the area, in our area, and I look forward to following up and getting help to where it is needed. There has also been exciting new developments happening in the riding with regards to health care. With the old High Prairie Hospital demolition well underway, I am excited to see what AHS will plan for the future of this property. There are also plans to expand on the number of available doctors in the Wabasca area, helping reduce the workloads for doctors and improving the care we need. I was happy to see that the East Prairie Métis settlement was awarded $300,000 through the government STIP grant. This is much needed funding and will go towards projects in the community. We are also seeing additional funding at St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Academy in Slave Lake. This will help with the cost of much needed repairs in the school, guaranteeing a higher quality of education for all in our community. I'm happy to be seeing an increase of in-person meetings, community activities, and events popping up all over as the warmer weather comes and daylight gets longer. 3 years ago, when I took office, one of the biggest concerns I heard from businesses was about the lack of work that was out there. I am now hearing from these same businesses that they are having troubles finding workers for all the work that they are getting. With so many great things happening throughout Lesser Slave Lake and with its people, I am excited to see what will come next. With the pandemic behind us, the restrictions lifted, record investments, a balanced budget, and so much more, I can just feel this year will be a great one. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
The UCP likes to make bold claims about the state of our economy, but they are strangers to the truth, and Albertans can't trust what they say. Here are the facts. The UCP promised if they cut corporate taxes, investments would come flooding into the province. But even before the pandemic, investment dropped, our economy shrank, and 50,000 full-time jobs were lost. As a result, companies laid off hundreds of staff or invested elsewhere. The UCP doubled down on their corporate tax giveaway, even accelerating it. At the time, the Premier said companies would be irresponsible for not moving to Alberta. Since then, the number of head offices in Calgary has gone from 117 to 102. Now, roughly 1/3 of office space is down. Calgary sits empty, levels not seen since the Great Depression. And Calgary has had the highest unemployment rate among major cities in Canada. According to RBC Economics, capital investment is expected to increase across the country by 8.5%, with Saskatchewan leading the way at 18.5%. Meanwhile, Alberta will have the second lowest capital investment growth rate at 4.8%. But even with the increase in capital investment this year, it is expected to be below levels seen under our government. And when it comes to investment in startups, the news isn't much better. Other jurisdictions saw massive increases in venture capital investment. Ontario attracted $7.9 billion last year, a 295% increase over the year before. Meanwhile, Alberta attracted $561 million in investment, a 23% increase. And despite having 11% of Canada's population, we only attracted 4% of the venture capital investment in the country last year. At the same time, wages aren't keeping up with inflation, and the UCP government is responding by piling on more costs to Albertans. In the end, Albertans are working harder and harder just to survive, and the UCP is telling them everything is fine. Conservatives like to say that they are better for the economy, but life was much better for Albertans under the Alberta NDP. When we form government in 2023, we'll bring back real advantage.
The honourable member for Vermilion, Lloydminster Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, lately there's been a big shift towards green technologies and energy sources while reducing our consumption of fossil fuels. Yet again, I seek to remind this House that there is an underlying cost and consequence of these types of technologies. One of these technologies is the electric vehicle. However, so often with green technologies, the cost of these highly promoted initiatives is not always communicated. The push for electric vehicles goes beyond purchasing the said vehicle and accessing its corresponding charging platform. A large influx of electric vehicles would create capacity problems in our electrical system. Notably, EPCOR found that a 15% penetration of electric vehicles into the market would require a $2 billion grid upgrade in Edmonton alone. Mr. Speaker, transmission and distribution costs already make up more than half of some Albertans' utility bills, yet it remains unclear how much an upgrade of this magnitude in Edmonton will cost them. Further, Mr. Speaker, while a portion of the money we spend goes to taxes that upkeep our roads and infrastructure when we fill our gas vehicles, the same does not apply to electric vehicles. As gas-fueled vehicles use roads extensively, it makes sense that they should help pay for their upkeep. However, drivers of electric vehicles also use our roads and don't pay upkeep taxes when they charge their vehicles. As of April 1st, we will temporarily remove this gas tax. However, in the future, if and when the tax is reinstated, it would be critical to find out how electric vehicles could contribute towards road maintenance. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, I believe we need to be open and transparent with the consequences of such green technological advances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Well, in the past few days, we've learned it's actually 41 doctors that have left Southern Alberta over the past 2 years. Half of folks in the region don't have a family doctor. Over the last 48 hours, I've heard from patients who just got letters from 2 more doctors leaving Lethbridge. Now, 2 years ago, right before the pandemic hit, the Leader of the Opposition and I met with a large group of physicians in Lethbridge. They described how just tearing up the doctors' agreement would hasten the collapse of primary care in the South Zone. This group of physicians warned the Leader of the Opposition and I of a severe crisis coming to Lethbridge. I know these doctors said the same words to the UCP Health Minister, Premier, and the UCP MLA for Lethbridge East. They were ignored. Everything that group of physicians said was terrifyingly correct. The UCP war on doctors has, in fact, destroyed primary health care as we know it in Lethbridge. We do not have walk-in clinics. You can't get your blood work sent anywhere. It's a disaster when it comes to referrals. I heard from Bryce a couple days ago, whose dad just lost his doctor. Bryce says, "My dad has Parkinson's, cancer survivor, had a wonky hip replacement. Who's writing his prescriptions? Who's doing follow-ups?" And it's not getting better no matter how many times the health minister stands in this place and fills this room full of velvet fog, telling the people of Lethbridge that he's strategizing to synergize the meetings for an approach to a strategy that may one day result in some more meetings. The UCP has shredded trust in Lethbridge. I think folks all understand that governing during a pandemic is hard, but what people cannot forgive is systematic dismantling of primary health care and then turning around and telling us there's no problem, it's all in our heads, which the Premier did last week in response to a question from me. He said there are more doctors, there's nothing to worry about. No wonder no one trusts the UCP. They are incapable of good faith. The UCP may have been the ones to dismantle primary health care in Lethbridge, but come 2023, they will not be sent back to this legislature to be the ones to fix it.
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I had the pleasure of meeting with grade 5 and 6 students at Belfast School in my constituency. I was asked many great questions, one of which came from a young lady from grade 6 who asked me how this budget prepared her and her classmates for success in the future. That's a great question. And here are a few key items I want to share with her and with all young leaders for tomorrow. For starters, our government achieved a balanced budget for the first time in nearly a decade. A balanced budget means that there will be less debt for her to pay, which means more tax dollars can go towards important things like healthcare, education, mental health. She will not have to pay for today tomorrow. Our government is committing $3.5 billion for healthcare facilities, equipment, and IT systems to expand healthcare capacity for Albertans province-wide, and this creates thousands of good-paying jobs, jobs she will have the skills and the knowledge to thrive in. As we focus on moving forward, our government is committed to preparing young people for the jobs of tomorrow by providing $600 million for skills and training development. The new initiatives will address barriers for K-12, post-secondary students, employment for women, Indigenous peoples, and other underrepresented groups, and make Alberta internationally recognized technology and innovation hub. So she will have the opportunity to be trained and ready for the economy of the future right here in Alberta. She and her classmates are very caring and concerned about the well-being of others. That was obvious to me. Budget 2022 includes $1 billion annually for addiction and mental health care, and additional funding of $60 million for the next 3 years to build a recovery-oriented system of care. We continue to fund programs that are helping our most vulnerable. To the students at Belfast School, these are just some of the important items Budget 2022 covers. I encourage her and everyone to see how this budget is helping you and our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the time is 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans are struggling with the high cost of living. Inflation is at a 30-year high, and for many Albertans, the bills just keep piling up. Now, the Premier claims that his deferral of the gas tax will ensure at least a 10-cent drop at the pumps. The problem is there's no guarantee this relief won't be swallowed up by retailers before it ever reaches motorists. Today, our energy critic proposed an audit be done by a third party to report back in a month on whether or not this plan actually helped Alberta consumers. Will the Premier commit to doing that audit today?
Question.
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll be closely monitoring retail response. We believe that retailers, many of which are mom-and-pop small businesses, will pass on the full savings to Alberta consumers. But you know what? Where we really need an audit? We need an audit on the NDP Liberal Coalition plan to raise the carbon tax by 400%. Mr. Speaker, when the NDP sheds crocodile tears about higher fuel prices, it's like an arsonist crying about the fire that he set. Mr. Speaker, they want gas prices higher and higher and higher. They want it to go by 400% in the next 8 years. They could change their opinion, though, and vote for our motion against the carbon tax hike tonight.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier knows the biggest driver of the price of gas is the price of oil. Gas prices have already gone up 20 cents in the 3 weeks since his plan was announced. Drivers struggling with these spiraling costs deserve support in their pocket. Now, the Premier is expecting a windfall budget as oil prices stay high. Albertans who are the owner of that resource deserve to get some of the benefits too. So if he can't work with retailers, or anyone, to make sure that the price drops, why doesn't he skip them and put the cash directly into the hands of drivers?
Yeah. The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the NDP Liberal Coalition in Ottawa released their disastrous attack on Canadian families that will kill jobs, hammer Alberta's economy, that would imply not a carbon tax increase of 400%, but of 1,000%. Now, Mr. Speaker, just based on the NDP's plan of going to a $170 carbon tax, you know what? That would add 40 cents to the price of each litre of gas purchased by Albertans. Mr. Speaker, why, with 30-year inflation, does the NDP want to drive inflation even higher?
Here, here. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You know, Mr. Speaker, for the moment, the Premier is still in government, and he's the one that should be coming up with solutions. Instead, yesterday, what he said was, quote, I don't know what more we can do. I really don't, end quote. Let me help. The Premier could bring in a real gas rebate, give more than $50 on electricity bills, which are in the thousands, restore the cap on car insurance, restore the cap on tuition, scrap his plan to tax inflation, which on its own takes $400 from families. If the Premier is serious, will he do any of these things and he is controlled today, or just shaking at his fist at everybody else?
Yes. The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, at 12:01 a.m. this Friday, Alberta's government suspends the 13-cent a litre Alberta fuel tax. Mr. Speaker, that on an annual basis is worth $1.4 billion of consumer relief. But more than that, it also means we won't be charging, that the GST won't be charged on the Alberta fuel tax. And that's another $65 million of savings. Meanwhile, the leader of the NDP has taken out her pom-poms to cheer on the Singh-Trudeau coalition in their plan to raise the carbon tax by 400%. Why does she want to punish families that way?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition for second set of questions.
Mr. Speaker, Starlight was 12 years old. She was Indigenous. She loved to paint. She was exposed to parental substance abuse and later died of a seizure. Barry loved music. He experienced homelessness and violence. He died of drug poisoning at age 15. Celeste was 19. She loved to dance. She experienced abuse and neglect. She was murdered. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are just 3 stories of children who died in care detailed in the final report of our current Child and Youth Advocate. These children matter. What is the Premier doing today to prevent the deaths of children in care?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every death of a child is a tragedy, and it's particularly serious when we see a child in care for whom the government has some custodial responsibility. We thank the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate for their partnership in supporting vulnerable children in Alberta, and the Ministry of Children's Services will respond publicly to recommendations issued by the advocate within 75 days, and we're committed to being transparent. We'll respond within that time frame. In addition, we're coordinating with external bodies like the advocate, the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, and the Fatality Review Board.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, more children have died this year than ever before. This is not a one-off, and the Premier has seen these numbers coming for months. The advocate's exasperation with the UCP's inaction was heard in the report. Quote, these issues are not new. Rather, they persist despite numerous recommendations to address them, which amplifies the need for stronger accountability, end quote. The advocate wants ministries to appear before an all-party committee and answer questions about actions taken and actions not taken. Will the Premier set this up? Will he put children first? Will he find a way to maintain accountability?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, we need accountability on, particularly when it comes to the tragic loss of life of children in care. We also need to ensure that the proper resourcing of those services, which is exactly why the budget just passed increases the budget for child intervention in the Ministry of Children's Services from $796 million annually to $842 million annually. Mr. Speaker, we've allocated $29 million specifically for Child and Youth Health Services Initiative and taking additional action to do everything possible to protect children in care.
You're the Opposition.
More children than ever have died this year, Mr. Speaker, and the advocate is calling for accountability from each ministry for his recommendations. More safe housing options separate from shelters, greater training for care workers, stronger action on the opioids crisis, earlier intervention with mental health supports. These recommendations and more should be a wake-up call for every member of this Assembly and every member of that front bench. One more time, why is this Premier refusing to set up the committee that the advocate is asking for so that all members of this House...
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand that 8 of the 15 deaths referred to were amongst children who sadly experienced drug overdoses or were victims of suicide. And, Mr. Speaker, that is reflective of what we know is a broader mental health crisis amongst children and youth all across Canada. That is why we're investing in youth mental health hubs, the mental health capacity building in schools, the Kids Help Phone, the Honouring Life Indigenous Youth Suicide Prevention Program, and much more to ensure that the supports are there for kids who are facing either addictions or mental health challenges.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods and the opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, this government filibustered their own Bill 81, and they did it to prevent one of their own caucus members from introducing an amendment. That amendment would have prevented changing the elections laws to allow UCP to buy party memberships for people without their consent and without their knowledge of knowing that this was done in their name. Will the Premier tell this House whether he believes the UCP should have an Albertan's permission before enrolling them as a party member? And does this nakedly corrupt practice align with the Premier's personal values?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, that was a party, not a government question, Mr. Speaker, but the answer is yes. And that is why the bylaws of the United Conservative Party require that people purchasing memberships either do so directly or for a member of their immediate family. Unlike the bylaws of the NDP, Mr. Speaker, which include no such requirement. There has never been a statutory regulation of party membership sales. There has never been in our history, and nor is there at any other province or at the federal level, Mr. Speaker. And the question is, why does the NDP not have a bylaw preventing that kind of activity?
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
You couldn't buy memberships for people without their knowledge before their bill, and now you can. And this government's flimsy excuse for why Bill 81 needed to change that does not make sense. It was rejected by Albertans. It was rejected by multiple UCP MLAs who voted against that bill. Now there are allegations coming up that stealth members are becoming part of the UCP's leadership review. It's a concern Albertans and some UCP MLAs share. Will the Premier agree that changing the law to allow someone to buy a political membership in another person's name without their knowledge or consent is undemocratic and un-Albertan? Will he commit to repealing it?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, in their panic to prevent the creation of the United Conservative Party, the NDP went through, I think, 4 different iterations of elections law. In none of those bills, in none of them did they seek to regulate the sale or purchase of party memberships. And I know why. It's because they give the unions in their party structure super votes. Gil McGowan gets to choose 25% of the delegates to an NDP leadership election. I want to know, what deal did the leader of the opposition make with him for his votes?
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I will put the Premier's fantasy about how our party runs against the reality that they changed the law to allow the buying of memberships without knowledge or consent. They did that after a thorough debate in this chamber, and they did that after 3 UCP MLAs spoke against it, voted against it, and tried to amend it. But they wouldn't allow that to happen. So will the Premier bring forward a fix immediately to remain committed to the practice of upholding democracy, or will this Premier continue to increasingly embarrass and be desperate in this effort?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, neither Alberta nor the other 9 provincial legislatures nor the federal parliament have ever had a statutory provision with respect to the internal governance of party membership sales. But the UCP does. Section 4.15 of our bylaws says that memberships must have paid the prescribed membership fee personally or through an immediate family member, spouse, child, or parent. Interestingly, I have the NDP constitution here, and there is no such provision. You know why? Because they're run by the unions, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate released another mandatory child death review report. From the beginning of April to the end of September last year, 18 young Albertans died under this government's watch. In the report, the advocate wrote, quote, "We have recently seen an unprecedented number of deaths. This is the largest report we have released during a 6-month period. The advocate has repeatedly called on this government to provide greater transparency on what their ministries are doing or not doing to improve outcomes for young people in care. Will the Premier step up and have his ministers finally answer the advocate's call for transparency?"
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Anytime a child dies, especially when they are or have been in care of the government or have come into contact with the child intervention system, it is a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, and we work closely with the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate to make changes where they're needed. Mr. Speaker, just a couple of years ago, we did have an all-party panel on child intervention, which was very much needed because there wasn't any transparency within the system. Obviously, we saw that under the members opposite, Mr. Speaker, and out of that came this new process, which will ensure accountability and transparency and make sure that changes are made where they're needed.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitewood.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Premier of this province has spent the time, as I did last night, reading the 113-page report from the Child and Youth Advocate, and that he read the stories of each of the young people who died last year. I'm going to say their names, Mr. Speaker, because they deserve to be on the record. Claire, Starlight, Susie, Abby, Barry, Jay, Justine, Nikki, Odin, Joseph, Miriam, Celeste, Mark, Megan, and Ray. These are real young people who lost their lives last year. The advocate's call is very clear to provide transparency. Will the Premier allow his ministers to report to this House on their work?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that not only did I read the report that the member is speaking about, I read that report alongside every briefing note with details from the ministry so that I could understand where changes need to be made. As I have said a number of times in this House, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to wait to take action where needed. There is transparency, Mr. Speaker. We follow the process put forward by the members opposite. I know the Leader of the Opposition was very invested in that process that was implemented after the all-party panel. We'll continue to follow that, be transparent, and make changes where they're needed.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the trend that we are seeing right now of the rising number of young people who have died in this province has been reported since last year. This minister has said that she will not wait, but she has been waiting. Albertans have been waiting, and while she's been waiting, young people are dying. The advocate has been very clear in his recommendations. Allow those ministries to come before a committee of this House to report on the work they're doing. It's a simple request for transparency and accountability as Alberta faces a crisis. It is boggling to me, Mr. Speaker, why this government would not want to account for that work unless there is something to hide.
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why I asked my department for a detailed review of each and every one of these cases and to look for patterns we're seeing is because, Mr. Speaker, we will make changes. Unlike the members opposite who tried to make a media story go away, Mr. Speaker, that is what the members opposite tried to do. We are investing in the recovery-oriented system of care, making sure that there's not 4,000 but 8,000 treatment beds, Mr. Speaker, and I am working with the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to make sure that there are supports in place to help young people because they need it and they need it now.
The Honourable Member for Brooks, Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not alone in this House when I say that members of my constituency tell me regularly that they're worried about an ambulance being available when they dial 911. That's especially true for rural areas where the vast distances between cities, towns, farms, and the nearest hospital means that every single moment counts. Last week, this House approved the very first balanced budget in 8 years for the province of Alberta, but to the Minister of Health, how does Budget 2022 address rural EMS concerns?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, access to emergency medical services, especially in rural Alberta, is a key focus of our plan to make sure all Albertans have access to the care they need when they need it. Budget 2022 provides $64 million specifically to ease the pressure on the overall EMS system. We also created the Alberta Provincial EMS Advisory Committee, whose work will guide how we can address these rural issues and issues across our entire province. Mr. Speaker, we know there are issues with rural EMS in Alberta, and we are taking steps to address them.
The Honourable Member for Brooks, Medicine Hat.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer, but given that one of the issues we hear about often from paramedic crews is burnout, and given that the number and length of shifts that they have to do, coupled with the extremely difficult situations they're responding to, is unimaginable for many, again, to the Minister of Health, how does Budget 2022 address burnout and improve capacity, particularly within the community of Bizano, located in the riding of Brooks, Medicine Hat?
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta's EMS workers faced a high-stress environment as they saved the lives of Albertans. Like others, they deserve a workplace that puts their well-being at the forefront. AHS began implementing its 10-point action plan this year to increase overall capacity and improve the system's efficiency. Point 2 of that plan specifically addresses the issue of worker fatigue. I'm happy to let the member know that Budget 2022 includes $14 million for AHS's Hours of Work initiative to reduce worker fatigue in 14 rural communities, including the town of Bassano in the member's constituency, and I'm also looking forward for any recommendations coming from the advisory committee.
The member.
Thank you, Minister. Given that another concern for rural constituents is the availability of air ambulances when we need them, and given that I've been advocating for HALO to receive stable and predictable funding since day one of being elected, and further given that I have raised this with you repeatedly, Minister, the fact that HALO is nearly totally reliant on the local community for support and are currently without a long-term contract to provide air ambulance services for Alberta, to the Minister, can you please tell the House when HALO can expect sustainable, long-term, predictable funding so that Southern Albertans can get the service that they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her tireless advocacy for HALO Air Ambulance based in Medicine Hat. As the member knows, Budget 22 contains $28 million in supports for ground and helicopter air ambulance services. Last week, I had the honour of joining the Premier and the member for Highwood to announce $15 million in sustainable funding for STARS Air Ambulance in Calgary, and I hope the member for Brooks Medicine Hat and I will have the opportunity in the very near future to speak publicly about our government's support for HALO.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
It has now been 3 weeks since the Premier announced that the government will no longer collect the fuel tax in an attempt to help Albertans. But simply not collecting the fuel tax doesn't mean the savings will be passed on to consumers. This Premier hopes that retailers will pass it along and that Albertans will see a 13-cent discount. But no one over there could provide any assurance. To the Premier, what specific guarantees do you have in place to ensure retailers pass the savings along to Albertans? Or is this just another billion-dollar add-on to your corporate handout?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can hear the insecurity in the voice of the opposition when they talk about this incredible fuel tax suspension measure. I'm confident that we have enough competition in our gasoline and diesel retail sector. We've reached out to retailers. We're confident that they will be providing relief, actually 13.6 cents of relief to consumers, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're taking real action to deal with the affordability challenge.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Given that earlier today I called on this government to provide a third-party audit to assure Albertans that vendors actually reduced their prices by 13 cents and didn't just pocket the difference, and given that Albertans deserve to know that $1.3 billion is going to support them, not pad bottom lines, to the Premier, will he work with us to put an independent auditor in place to make sure $1.3 billion of relief make it to the pockets of Albertans?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we will be monitoring how retailers respond to this reduction in fuel tax. I'm confident that they will be reducing the price of gasoline and diesel fuel by the 13 cents a litre, Mr. Speaker. What we hear from the opposition is basically a plan of government intrusion, overreach that they would ultimately do to every business and every sector in the province. Mr. Speaker, they had 4 years to do that. They chased out tens of billions of dollars of investment. Tens of thousands of Albertans lost their job. We will not do that.
The honourable member.
Given that a recent study from the U.S. showed that fuel tax breaks often don't get passed on to consumers, most are just pocketed by corporations or retailers, and given that the American Road and Transportation Builders Association chief economist states that this type of tax holiday is often well-intentioned but ineffectual, can the Premier stand up in this House and provide actual assurances to Albertans that they will see this relief? If not, why won't he commit to an audit?
The Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we've reached out to retailers. We're confident that they will be dropping the prices by 13 cents a litre. And, Mr. Speaker, for any outliers that don't, they simply won't sell fuel because we have so many retailers across the province, and we will be monitoring it. But, Mr. Speaker, what's very evident is the members opposite know that this is a real relief measure for Albertans. They're trying to create some criticism that simply won't stick. We are providing relief to Albertans today.
The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora is next.
Mr. Speaker, the UCP has ignored the growing need for new schools in our province, especially in Calgary. Just one new public school over 3 years is not nearly enough when kids are being bussed out of their communities to overcrowded classrooms. It's the same story for students choosing Catholic education. Just one new school over 3 years. It's not nearly enough for young and growing families in Calgary. What does the minister have to say to parents in Nolan Hill, Walden, Redstone, who all need new schools? Or what about the kids in West Calgary who are waiting for a brand new Calgary Catholic high school?
Yeah. The Minister of Education has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite knows, we get approximately 400 requests every single year. They go through an auditor-approved process. It's a gated process, and all the requirements have to be met, and they rise to the list. Mr. Speaker, we continue to build schools. We're spending over $2 billion over 3 years to build schools right across the province.
The honourable member.
Given that the no-help budget failed Calgary families, and given that students, teachers, and all staff deserve safe and welcoming schools to go to every day, and given that more than half of Calgary public schools are over 50 years old, many have asbestos in them, are poorly insulated, and need to be overhauled or replaced. And given that research shows kids have better student achievement when they're in clean, safe buildings, will the minister tell Calgary Public students, staff, and families why the UCP has failed to deliver for them?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Our schools are safe. They are well maintained. We entrust that to school boards. 98% of all the funding goes directly to school boards so that they can make sure that those spaces are great learning spaces. As I said earlier, $2 billion investment includes $251 million over 3 years for 15 much-needed school projects right across this province, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to build schools where they are needed, and we will continue to make sure that it's a priority.
The honourable member.
Given that Albertans can't trust this UCP government to put students first, the current government won't build the schools that families need, and they're keeping kids and teachers on the road instead of close to home and safe schools. And given that's why our NDP government worked hard to catch up over the 4 years we had to address the neglect under Conservatives for many, many decades, and given that the UCP government's no-help budget is funding less than a quarter of what we funded when we were in government, why does the UCP continue to destroy the trust of Calgary families?
The Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, fear and smear, that's all they do. They're so focused on the politics, they don't focus on the kids. We continue to focus on the kids, on school boards, making sure that we address the needs. We have an auditor-approved process that they go through. We're spending over $2 billion, 66 projects over 3 years, where they only completed 60 over 3 years. Mr. Speaker, actually 60 over 4 years, correction.
Order! The member for Calgary Klein has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple weeks ago, a poll in the United States showed the majority of Americans, 71% to be precise, would favor President Biden giving an executive order to restart construction of the Keystone XL pipeline. To the Minister of Energy, can you tell the House about the steps being taken by our government to try and convince the U.S. Lawmakers to change their minds and reissue the border crossing for Keystone XL?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that in the United States, as well as the rest of the world, it's a growing acknowledgement that the world is going to continue to use oil and gas. In fact, demand for oil and gas is going up as supply. At the same time, supply is going down with the need to weed out Russian barrels. The question is, where is it going to come from? Is it going to come from us, from North America, or is it going to come from regimes like Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Russia. Mr. Speaker, we believe it should come from us. That's why we're engaging with the United States. That's why we've launched an advocacy campaign. That's why we're bringing...
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for efforts. Given that European countries also are shying away from Russian corrupt oil, it also makes a case for an Energy East pipeline. To the same Minister, can you update the House on any efforts to challenge federal legislatures that landlock our ethical oil here?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tragic thing is that the Energy East pipeline, if it had been built, would have been delivering 1 million barrels a day of Alberta oil to the East Coast to serve markets in Europe and refineries in India, had it been built. But it was killed by regulatory dysfunction in 2017. Alberta can be part of the solution to supply additional barrels across the world if we could get infrastructure built. But, Mr. Speaker, that's why we are challenging Bill C-69, C-48, and that's why we are going to continue to challenge the NDP Liberal Alliance unconstitutional effort to cap...
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that we want to see pipelines going east, west, north, and south, and given that we know when it comes to human rights and environmental standards for our energy, we are unmatched. Federal government aside, our resources get attacked internationally. To the same Minister, can you tell us about our government's recent efforts to remind the world why Alberta is a better source for our world's energy needs compared to, say, Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, or Russia, just to name a few?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no question that the world needs more energy, and that energy should come from places like Alberta. That's why we've launched campaigns, an advocacy campaign across North America and U.S. markets to say, look north. Look north for energy security, and to emphasize that not all oil is equal, that ours is produced at the highest environmental standard. That's why the MLAs on this side of the legislature will continue to point out the insanity of the NDP Liberal Coalition production cap, which is actually a production cap, even though it's charading as an emission cap.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning is next.
In the latest report from the Auditor General on the site rehabilitation program, a number of concerns were highlighted about the government's performance. The federal funding was meant to save jobs during the challenging times of COVID. While BC had allocated 97% of their available funding as of October 2021, Alberta has less than 60% spent by the end of 2021. So, to the Minister of Energy, how many Albertans in the oil service sector were unemployed, and how many companies went bankrupt during COVID because the government failed to spend their federal support?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
We're actually really pleased that the Auditor General reported that the government has successfully and is successfully implementing the SRP program, and specifically highlighted that there is an effective process for awarding funding, accurate and timely reporting, monitoring to evaluate performance, and that it was meeting all responsibilities under the federal-provincial agreement, including creating jobs.
Here. For Edmonton Manning.
Given that the oil and gas industry is facing challenges with the labour force, and given that many workers left the industry because they could not find work during the pandemic, jobs in this program could have been created, and given that the minister's delays has prevented well cleanups, job creation, and job security for the oil and gas industry, can the minister explain how many projects were delayed or not going forward because of the government's failure to move forward on this program?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can actually report some really good statistics on the SRP program. In fact, there's over $750 million has gone out the door to date. And in fact, 3,500 jobs have been created. Over 9,000 reclamation sites have been under work. 18,340 abandonment sites. Mr. Speaker, this program is putting Albertans back to work. It's providing much-needed jobs in the service sector during a downtown. Mr. Speaker, it's very successful.
The honourable member.
While Well, given that the report also highlighted that Alberta is at risk of losing this federal money, and given that the grant has been allocated to be used by the end of the month for Alberta to be guaranteed to leverage all of the money provided by the federal government, and given that it will be a huge disappointment for industry, for landowners, for Indigenous people, and all Albertans if the government loses this federal money when it's supposed to be creating jobs in Alberta. Can the minister guarantee that all the money that's been issued to the government through these grants will be spent by the end of the month and we won't lose it back to the federal government?
The minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the NDP is now so concerned about creating jobs and so concerned about cleaning up inactive wells, why didn't they do anything during the 4 years they were in power? Mr. Speaker, the inventory of inactive wells skyrocketed during those 4 years, and they did nothing. Zero, nada. They did nothing. They didn't bring in a liability management regime. Instead, they saw the inventory of inactive wells growing. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we're putting that money to work to clean it up, and we're very proud of the work that's being done by our Indigenous Advisory Council and the Industry Advisory Council to get people back to work.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview is next.
A recent study by the Canadian Mental Health Association has shown that Albertans are feeling more stress and financial uncertainty than people in any other province. More than a third of Albertans have stated that they are feeling stressed, angry, lonely, isolated, and sad. This pandemic has shone a light on the major limitations and failures of the mental health system here in Alberta, and the UCP has made things worse by limiting access to services and supports. To the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, how will he correct this failure and improve Albertans' mental health?
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And thank you for the member for the question. You know, Budget 2022 actually continues a commitment to invest over $140 million over 4 years to enhance the recovery-oriented system of care that we are creating. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for everyone to understand that recovery can be substituted for human, or could be substituted for the word wellness or holistic. Mr. Speaker, this is a complicated problem with no single solution, but Mr. Speaker, we're committed to funding the system and ensuring that everyone has access to health care.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that root causes of these struggles can include a lack of access to affordable housing, addiction services, and community supports, and given that Albertans were more likely to use substances as a way of coping with pandemic stresses, with 20% saying they increased substance use during the pandemic compared to 13% nationally, and given that the UCP have ignored medically proven best practices, made it harder to access addiction services, affordable housing, and community supports, will the minister accept responsibility for all of the additional hardships and pressures the UCP has imposed on Alberta families?
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, what we will accept is being the first jurisdiction in North America to create a recovery-oriented system of care. This is taking actual action. If the members opposite had their way, Mr. Speaker, they would be giving drugs to pretty much anybody who wants them, taxpayer-funded drugs. Mr. Speaker, they would, the policies that the NDP wants have failed all throughout the West Coast, and when that member had the opportunity, guess what she did, Mr. Speaker? She quit.
Point of order is noted at both 226 and 227 or thereabouts. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that the survey found 42% of Albertans have mental health struggles related to financial concerns, and given that 54% of survey respondents said they could not afford to pay for mental health treatment, given we have presented the government with a plan to provide every Albertan with access to 5 sessions with a mental health professional to be covered under the provincial insurance plan, will the minister take the survey as a wake-up call and immediately implement the NDP's plan to ensure that every Albertan has access to a mental health professional when they need one?
The Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to our recovery-oriented system of care, which is focused on people with mental health and addiction problems. Mr. Speaker, we have made unprecedented investments over the last several years, $53 million in the COVID response, $20 million additionally in this most current budget. Mr. Speaker, we've created accessibility through 211 amongst many other services. There's well over 200 not-for-profits within Alberta that we're supporting. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to help people.
The honourable member for Taber-Warner.
Mr. Speaker, truckers play a critical role in keeping our economy rolling. In 2019, the government brought in mandatory entry-level training for all Class 1 drivers. This has made the cost of truck driving training increased substantially, causing shortages of Class 1 truck drivers. Our government recently announced funding for the Driving Back to Work program. Can the Minister of Transportation please advise this House how this new funding will address the need for Class 1 truck drivers in Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure is rising.
Mr. Speaker, transportation is a critical sector and there is an impending shortage of 4,000 drivers by 2023. That's why our Minister of Transportation is directing $30 million over the next 3 years to get women and men affordable training required to allow them to earn a living while keeping our supply chains moving. This support will cover the cost of 90% of the training under the Driving Back to Work program, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Taber-Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his response. Given that Class 1 truck drivers provide an essential service, ensuring that goods are able to move from place to place, and given that a shortage of Class 1 truck drivers can have a negative impact on product availability in stores, and given that the recently announced Driving Back to Work funding will assist eligible Class 1 truck drivers with the cost of their training, can the Minister of Transportation advise this House on what the eligibility criteria is for this funding?
The Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are laser focused on economic recovery. We know that supporting truck driver training is critical. So to qualify for driving back to work, Albertans must be at least 18 years old and underemployed or unemployed and ready, willing and able to partake in training. Mr. Speaker, we want Albertans employed in the commercial trucking industry, and already 8,000 Albertans have received funding to complete their training and testing to become Class 1 drivers.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, given that many farmers either need to obtain Class 1 driver's license themselves or need employees to get this license to drive their products to market, and given that some farmers have paid the exorbitant costs for their employees to get their Class 1, only to see these employees leave shortly after as long-haul trucking companies offer them $15,000 signing fee bonuses. To the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development, how will the recently announced funding for Class 1 driver's license help farmers?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is great news for farmers, for the agriculture sector. This is going to mean more drivers in Alberta broadly, which will help the sector. More young people getting qualified to be behind the wheel of trucks. It's an essential service in Alberta. It'll help with less poaching from the commercial truck driving sector, taking these young people that we need to take grain to markets. This has been an extreme challenge for the agriculture sector, and one we'll continue to work towards.
Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has been the hardest on at-risk Albertans. And while our pandemic response is shifting as Albertans adapt to a new reality, there are certain measures that should remain so we can fully understand the current context of COVID-19 and ensure Albertans are protected. And one of those measures is PCR testing. With the closure of the Edmonton Expo Centre, and I suspect some other sites to come, we will have less understanding of the current context and transmission of COVID-19. Why is the Minister of Health moving to make PCR testing less accessible to Albertans?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the important question in regards to PCR testing. Mr. Speaker, I was asked by the media last week on this exact issue. We closed the Expo Centre because, quite frankly, it wasn't needed, but we actually have additional sites here in Alberta to continue with PCR testing. Mr. Speaker, we will continue PCR testing for high-risk individuals and people working in high-risk settings. It's important that we actually continue this to understand what potentially may happen with the next wave of COVID. And as the honourable member knows, we haven't moved to stage 3 yet, and we're continuing measures for high-risk settings as well.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, given that Omicron BA2 is now spreading in Alberta, the Chief Medical Officer of Health has admitted it's expected to trend upwards in coming weeks, so reliable PCR tests will be crucial to maintain accurate infection monitoring. And given that as at-home tests are not as accurate as PCR tests, especially with new variants, it's important to have capacity to do reliable testing. Given that this UCP government has often acted too fast to declare victory over the pandemic and giving reason to question why some of these practical processes like reliable testing are being eliminated, especially with hospitals over capacity, can the minister clarify how many sites will remain open?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, we are not eliminating PCR testing. That will be maintained for high-risk settings and for high-risk individuals. And Mr. Speaker, when we moved to our focus of PCR testing during the fifth wave with Omicron BA1, this was a move not only that was undertaken by Alberta, but it was taken by every single jurisdiction across the country because that was necessary. And we know what we know about BA2 now, Mr. Speaker, is that it is potentially more virulent. It can be passed on easier than BA1, but Mr. Speaker, we understand that it may very well less severe, and we're watching the numbers closely.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, given that multiple jurisdictions offer more accessible testing, including walk-in and drive-through sites, and given that some are raising concerns about increasing levels of COVID and wastewater in communities in Alberta, and given many Albertans are still looking for more support, reliable tests to ensure they're protecting their friends, their families, their communities from a disease that's still tragically infecting people and taking lives. And given that many are worried that rapid tests don't necessarily provide the certainty and accuracy needed, will the Minister of Health guarantee that PCR testing will remain available for all Albertans that need it to protect themselves?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as I already indicated to the honourable member, we will retain PCR testing for high-risk settings and for high-risk individuals. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that rapid tests remain available to all Albertans to be able to pick them up. So I urge Albertans to continue to pick up the rapid tests and use this because it is very effective for those with symptoms in terms of determining whether or not they have COVID. Mr. Speaker, we are using the same approach that we use successively through the Omicron Wave 5, and we'll continue to monitor things closely.
The member for Edmonton Gold Bar is next.
Tomorrow, this government will double the reservation fees for Alberta campsites. It's part of this government's ongoing mission to make it more expensive for Albertans to access natural places. With their tax on accessing Kananaskis, their failed plan to sell Alberta parks, and their plan to tear down the Rocky Mountains and strip mine them for coal. Can the Minister of Environment and Parks explain his objection to Albertans camping or enjoying the beautiful areas of this province? Will he use this opportunity today to pause his doubling of campsite fees?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP sure do love to make things up. But in regards to the doubling of the reservation fee, Mr. Speaker, that is correct. That has been done at the request of campers who utilize the system. Mr. Speaker, we were seeing campgrounds be reserved and then people not use them. And unfortunately, families going into our campgrounds and seeing the best spots stay empty all weekend, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, we had lots of campgrounds being scalped on Kijiji, Mr. Speaker. So we heard loud and clear from people that use our park system that they wanted to see the reservation fee modestly increase, Mr. Speaker, to make sure we could stop that behavior.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Given that this government has already created an affordability crisis in this province and refused any real relief for Albertans, and given that just as Albertans are looking to plan their summer vacations, this minister is stepping in with a hike to fees that means that families who are struggling to make ends meet might not be able to afford to access the natural spaces that belong to them. How can this minister justify this latest cost hike to families already struggling under the weight of this government's out-of-touch decisions? Is he trying to make this the worst summer ever for Albertans? Good question.
The Honourable the Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, I should provide some clarification. The Honourable Member is confused. And I did say it was a reservation fee, Mr. Speaker, but it's actually a cancellation fee. So what the park system has done at the request of the people that use the park system, Mr. Speaker, was increase the cancellation fee, Mr. Speaker, to make sure, again, the families who come and enjoy our beautiful parks all across this province don't end up spending the weekend watching the sites that they want to be reserved, stay empty the entire weekend because people never follow through on their commitments to reserve those campsites, Mr. Speaker. We continue to invest heavily inside our provincial park system, Mr. Speaker. In fact, increase provincial park funding by 15% this year.
The Honourable Member.
Given the minister better check those numbers because he's not anywhere close to a 15% increase to park funding, and given that the UCP is deeply focused on ensuring that natural spaces remain inaccessible to the Albertans who own them, and given that the Minister of the Environment and Parks is deeply untrusted by Albertans following the debacle of the UCP's plan to sell Alberta's parks, mine our mountains, and tax the great outdoors, will the minister pause his fee hike, or will he just admit that Albertans simply can't trust him?
The Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Member had bothered to stick around estimates instead of leaving only 45 minutes into it, he would have been able to find out, Mr. Speaker, that in fact we have increased park investments by 15%, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not going to reverse the cancellation fee because, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of users of the system have asked us to do this simple measure, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that Albertans can enjoy their campgrounds each and every weekend and throughout the summer and the important busy times of the year, Mr. Speaker, so they can rest assured, no, we won't listen to the confused NDP, Mr. Speaker. Instead, we'll listen to user groups inside our provincial parks.
The member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Mr. Speaker, education is the #1 thing we can do as a government to help future generations be successful. To accomplish this, we need to invest significant capital in upgrades for schools that need renovations. And one of the projects that needs attention is the Spruce Grove Composite High School. It's the largest school in Parkland region, and in order to support the demand in my riding, it needs significant upgrades, which are long overdue. To the Minister of Education, where does this project fall on the government's priority list?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Thank you to the member for the question. Each year, school divisions submit their 3-year capital plans, and each year we receive approximately 400 capital requests. As was done under Budget 2022, school capital submissions will be carefully reviewed through the Auditor General approved gated process, and priority projects will be selected based on health and safety concerns, enrollment pressures, building conditions, functionality and programming, and legal requirements. I look forward to seeing the school's capital plan being submitted in the near future.
The Honourable the Member for Stony Plain, Spruce Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for her answer. Given that many families in Alberta have children with special needs who require support, and given that this government announced more than $700 million for children over the next 3 years, and given that special needs programs like PUF require school authorities to step in on families' behalf to assist with special needs in schools, to the same minister, what supports are currently available for families with special needs children, and what new supports are coming in as a part of this budget?
The Honourable the Order. The Honourable Member for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government believes that all children in our province deserve an education that prepares them for success. That's why Budget 2022 includes $1.4 billion for learning support funding to support our most vulnerable students, and includes grants like the Specialized Learning Support Grant. This funding will allow school authorities to provide a range of supports and services for students in an inclusive learning environment. Mr. Speaker, I was a rehab practitioner, and it's very important for me that our most vulnerable are most looked after. Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that teachers play a critical role in developing and growing our children, and given that many have felt the burden and challenges of teaching both in person and online during the last 2 years, and given some reports stating that there are fewer teachers today than before the pandemic began, and given that school boards feel like they need more help to be able to teach our kids to the best of their ability, can the Minister of Education please share with Albertans what this government is doing to increase the amount of teachers to support the need expressed by schools and parents?
The Honourable, the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are providing $342 million over the next 3 years to help school authorities address cost pressures such as staffing, inflation, increasing insurance and enrollment growth. Additionally, school board reserves are continuing to increase to $464 million in operating reserves as of last August. We are providing a 1% increase to base and operations and 1% to maintenance as well. And we are also providing 4.6% increase to transportation. These increasing costs to retain teachers and support staff and for maintaining clean, healthy schools, we're making sure they are well supported.
Good. Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. But prior to rising, if I could beg the indulgence of the Assembly just for one brief moment, as I mentioned earlier during introductions that the school from the community of Worsley would be joining us. They now have. I hope that you'll join me in welcoming them to the Assembly. Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will continue to the remainder of the routine.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motion.
The Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Bill 15, the Education, Reforming Teacher Profession Discipline Amendment Act 2022, sponsored by the Honourable the Minister of Education.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable the President of Treasury Board and the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to introduce Bill 13, the Financial Innovation Act 2022. This bill creates a regulatory sandbox for financial services and fintech companies. If passed, the measures enabled in Bill 13 will ensure Alberta remains a growing destination of choice for financial services and financial technology companies, and that Albertans benefit from innovative products and services for years to come. Mr. Speaker, with that, I move first reading of Bill 13, the Financial Innovation Act 2022.
Honourable members, the President of Treasury Board and the Minister of Finance has moved first reading of Bill 13, Financial Innovation Act. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 13, Financial Innovation Act is now read a first time.
The Honourable the Associate Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to introduce Bill 14, the Provincial Court Amendment Act, Sexual Awareness Training, 2022. Mr. Speaker, it's so important that we provide a safe environment for victims and their families within our courtrooms. Bill 14 will require the provincial court judge applicants to complete sexual assault law and social contact issues education before they are eligible to be appointed. It aims to reduce the risk of victims of sexual violence from being re-victimized during a trial and helps ensure that all people who come into the courtroom are treated respectfully and fairly. I look forward to discussing the proposed amendment to the Provincial Court Act, and with that, I move first reading of Bill 14, Provincial Court Sexual Awareness Training Amendment Act 2022.
Honourable members, the Associate Minister of the Status of Women has moved first reading of Bill 14, Provincial Court Sexual Awareness Training Amendment Act 2022. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 14, Provincial Court Sexual Awareness Training Amendment Act 2022 is now read a first time.
The Honourable Member for Highwood.
Nope.
Do you have a bill introduction, or are we
Nope.
moving it to tomorrow?
Tabling returns and reports.
Are there tablings? The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora has a tabling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise with the requisite number of copies of a piece that was highlighted today in the Calgary Herald around limited funds for new schools for CBE to refocus on modernizations, Mr. Speaker. That's an interesting characterization, but nonetheless, the story goes on to highlight the desperate need for schools in Calgary.
Are there others?
Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Peace Notley, or no? The clerk.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following documents were deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mr. Taves, President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance, pursuant to the members of the Legislative Assembly Pension Plan Act, members of the Legislative Assembly Pension Plan Annual Report for the year ended March 31, 2021. Pursuant to the Provincial Judges and Masters and Chambers Registered and Unregistered Pension Plans Regulation, Provincial Judges and Masters and Chambers Registered and Unregistered Pensions Plans Annual Report 2019-20.
Honourable members, we are at points of order, and at approximately 2:26, the Deputy Government House Leader rose on a point of order, and that was followed by the Opposition House Leader. The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today on this point of order. I rise on 23H, I, and J. At the time that the point of order was called, the Honourable Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions was speaking and answering a question. And while answering that question, the member from Edmonton-Rutherford very clearly said, "You are so anti-science, it's embarrassing." Now, Mr. Speaker, this is language certain to cause disorder in this chamber, and referring specifically to an individual member in this chamber is unparliamentary, given the context. What I also find ironic about this is it is coming from a member of a caucus that when asked to provide evidence on such a matter to support their policy decisions, they just quit committee. So I would say that this is in fact a point of order and ask the member to apologize.
The Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this would be a matter of debate if the member had said the UCP are anti-science, and it's embarrassing given that we've seen a rejection of harm reduction in safe consumption sites that goes against current science, expert advice, and medically proven best practices. That being said, the difference between you and the UCP is a very small one, and I did not hear the comment myself, so I could not say for sure what the member said. It may be a matter of debate, and I look forward to your ruling.
Are there others? I am prepared to rule, and I am often reluctant to rule on comments made off the record, as sometimes it is difficult to hear those. However, I do believe that I heard the honourable member say, "You are so anti-science, it is embarrassing," and that is also what the Blues did pick up. I would find this a point of order and not a matter of debate, and as such, the honourable member can apologize and withdraw.
On behalf of that member, I'm happy to apologize and withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I consider this matter dealt with and concluded. At 2:27, the Opposition House Leader rose on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During the same interchange between the member from Edmonton-Rutherford and the minister, on the record, I do believe, and I don't have the benefit of the Blues, but the minister said, if the members opposite had their way, Mr. Speaker, they would be giving drugs to pretty much anyone who wants them, taxpayer-funded drugs. Mr. Speaker, under 23HI&J, and specifically the House of Commons Procedures and Practices, page 623, I rise on the point of order not because the minister specified a specific member, but because I believe that that comment crossed the boundary of what is parliamentary, particularly because he was accusing the official opposition of wanting to traffic in controlled substances, accusing us of wanting to commit a criminal offense. So while it was not directed at a specific member, I believe that that was an unparliamentary thing to hurl at the official opposition while we are talking about such serious matters as the mental health supports for Albertans during a pandemic. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I do not find that this would be a point of order, rather a matter of debate, primarily because that is a general policy of the members opposite to give drugs. This has been a subject of conversation many times in this chamber, specifically about safe supply. I don't believe it is a point of order, and in fact, when the member, the Honourable Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions was making this comment, there were some head nods that appeared to be coming from the members opposite. So I don't know necessarily where individual members stand on this issue, but as a caucus, I do believe that there is a case to be made that they would support legalizing and giving government-funded narcotics to members of the public.
Are there others? Seeing none, I am prepared to rule. I think that this point of order is proof positive that this is an ongoing matter of debate. That is a wide variety of opinions. At this time, I would suggest that the Honourable Associate Minister's comments were a point of order and not a matter of debate, although many people may adamantly disagree with the position that he holds. If I could offer a small tip to my good friend and honourable member for Cardston-Siksika, when arguing points of order very regularly, will you find more success if you throw less heat during that in the extension of that debate. But in this case, you are correct. This is a matter of debate and not a point of order. I consider the matter dealt with and concluded. Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government bills and orders for third reading. Bill 5, Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2022. Honourable Mrs. Sawney.
I see the Honourable, the Minister of Municipal Affairs has risen.
And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am thrilled today to rise on behalf of Alberta's amazing Minister of Transportation to move third reading of Bill 5, the Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2022. This bill will allow the government to improve safety on our roads for roadside workers. I'm very pleased and reassured to hear many members in here express strong support for this very important legislation. This bill is intended to provide improved safety on our roads and highways for roadside workers and enhance existing safety rules for our valuable first responders. We live in a province that can see extremes in weather and highway conditions at any time throughout the year. Everyone has stories about driving through storms and blizzards and the dangerous situations that can arise. Just think about how hazardous it is to work in these conditions as a snowplow operator or a highway maintenance worker, keeping our roads safe and clear. Every year there are dozens of collisions and near misses with snowplows on our roads and highways. Between March 2018 and March 2021, there were 128 collisions involving snowplows contracted by just Alberta Transportation. The Alberta Motor Association reported that since December 2019, there have been 36 near misses and at least 13 serious roadside incidents involving Alberta tow trucks and passing vehicles, collisions resulting in injury, hospitalization, and yes, death. Bill 5 seeks to reduce the collisions and risk of injury and death these workers are up against each day on the job. Last year, we consulted with Albertans and our stakeholders on safety for roadside workers. Albertans, traffic safety advocacy organizations, and those who work in highway maintenance wholeheartedly agree that more needs to be done to protect roadside workers and make our highways safer. About 15,000 Albertans responded to an online survey from March 16th to April 6th, 2021. Respondents were very supportive of extending existing protections to snowplow operators and other roadside workers. Michelle Chimko, President and CEO of the Alberta Motor Association, strongly endorses the changes Bill 5 will provide. A quote from Michelle: "We applaud these changes as an important first step in improving the safety of these essential workers and look forward to our continued work in further improving their visibility and safety." Ron Glenn from the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association also advocates for stronger safety measures in Bill 5, and he says, and I quote, Alberta's road construction and maintenance industry puts worker safety first. This legislation is greatly appreciated because we need drivers to slow down and do their part to make our highways and our work sites safe and efficient for all. I've also heard consistent support from municipalities for this bill, Mr. Speaker. The highway maintenance industry also stands behind this bill because it will protect their workers and aligns with their corporate commitment to safety and excellent client service. From Ledcor Group, one of Alberta's Transportation's 7 highway maintenance contractors, they are happy about the changes in Bill 5. Ledcor employees are working on our highways and roads every day, and they need the protection that Bill 5 will provide to do their job safely and effectively, and of course, get home to their families safe every single day. Albertans will learn more about the speed limit requirements in the months ahead if Bill 5 passes. We are planning an extensive education campaign that will run during the summer, fall, and winter months until the proposed changes come into force next year. We'll take the time that's required to educate and prepare the public for changes under Bill 5 and help them to adapt their driving habits. We will work closely with industry partners like Ledcor, as well as safety advocacy organizations and law enforcement agencies to inform Albertans about Bill 5 changes. Albertans will also see highway signs throughout the province that reflect the speed limit changes under Bill 5. These new signs will clearly communicate what the changes are so drivers can obey the new rules. Bill 5 will improve safety for first responders and many other roadside workers who currently have no legislated protection. I thank all colleagues in this House for engaging in debate on this bill, and I ask all members of the Assembly to vote in favor of this important piece of legislation which will keep Alberta workers safe when they are on the sides of our roads and highways.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I see no reason to engage in any opposition to this piece of legislation because, of course, it's something that is a very common sense addition to the Traffic Safety Act to give protection to roadside workers, snowplow operators who know, because of the near misses that have occurred over the past number of years, how dangerous it can be to be parked along the roadway in your vehicle or perhaps even outside of your vehicle while performing work on the roadway. So certainly welcome this piece of legislation. We support keeping workers safe, and there's an ongoing number of reforms that could have been done on top of what this Bill 5 actually does that we wonder about, Mr. Speaker, for a number of reasons unknown to me. The ministers kind of stopped short and made this amendment a very singular one, perhaps in reaction to lobbying and certainly forthright and worthwhile efforts at lobbying from members of the public who are involved in keeping our roadways maintained. But there was an opportunity when opening up the Act, Mr. Speaker, that I think was foregone to take a wider view and to bring in some other measures that perhaps are equally as pressing as the matter of keeping our roadside workers safe during their work on the highway. So I think we know, Mr. Speaker, that there were a number of concerns raised during the Coots blockade, and the minister was called upon by myself to exercise authority under the Act to revoke the operating licenses of people engaged in that illegal activity. And it was a good idea, that one that we believed was feasible. And however, at estimates, the minister said that they did a legal analysis, and she believed she needed more authority under the Act to actually be able to revoke the operating licenses of illegally parked vehicles on the roadway involved in a blockade such as the one we experienced at Coots, and that the Act needed to be amended in order to grant such powers to her. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Act is open, and no changes were made in this regard, and we're wondering about that. It was a perfect opportunity, given recent circumstances, to allow the minister to, in fact, do something that the public wondered why she didn't do it during the Coots blockade, and that was to create some difficulty for those involved in the blockade to actually continue to operate a commercial motor vehicle as a result of their actions in blocking the roadway. So while I think members of the public think this is a pretty good idea and thought that the minister was acting in a rather toothless fashion if indeed the minister felt it was necessary to bring forward a legislative change to empower the minister to actually revoke the operating licenses of folks engaged in the illegal Coots blockade and such similar blockades that might occur in the future. Then the perfect opportunity was now for the amendments to be made to the Act to give the minister those powers, but nothing like that is happening. And it appears that the government's more worried about alienating members of their caucus that supported the illegal blockaders than actually ensuring the safety of the roadways and keeping the borders open and keeping our supply chains open. So it was a missed opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and we do encourage the minister to consider bringing forward additional amendments to this Act to address the situation the minister herself thought needed legislative amendments. So otherwise, there's also other elements to this Act that could have been expanded to involve more than it actually does. It involves, of course, vehicles parked on a roadway, highway maintenance vehicles, snow plows. Certainly there have been an abominable number of crashes into snow plows and highway maintenance vehicles, and anybody that knows that's had to stop on the side of the highway to repair their own tire if they've had a flat tire realizes just how dangerous it is to be on the highway. And Mr. Speaker, I've certainly been involved on the side of the highway for thousands of miles, hitchhiking across this country. I've ridden the bicycle on the highways, and I know that it's a dangerous place to be. So certainly welcome the elements of this legislation that will make it safer on the roadways for our public roadway workers. But while the Act is open, I thought, and I've mentioned this to the minister also in estimates, thought why indeed we couldn't see some changes to the legislation that would involve other facets of situations where traffic is being impeded or there's a slow-moving or stopped vehicle on the side of the road or on the shoulder. And I speak right now, Mr. Speaker, of the vehicles which are required by law in Alberta to display a slow-moving vehicle decal, the triangle that we see on the backs of many vehicles, whether they be commercial or farm vehicles, and wondering if indeed, while the Act was open, that we could not have addressed that situation to keep those farm workers safe, those commercial vehicle drivers safe, which are driving either roadway construction equipment or farm vehicles or other vehicles that are required to display the triangular slow-moving vehicle placard in Alberta, if indeed similar types of slow down and move over requirements could have been imposed upon drivers who were passing such slow-moving vehicles. On top of that, I think also another measure might have been wise to bring forward in this legislation that perhaps a minister might consider doing as an amendment would be to take a look at the oversized vehicles that are on our roadways. And numerous corridors exist, Mr. Speaker, for the safe movement of large, slow-moving, oversized vehicles, sometimes piloted with pilot vehicles, certainly to increase the safety of those movements, but not always, Mr. Speaker. And you can have a large, slow-moving vehicle that may not be piloted, but even if it is, I think there should be very clear rules that should be enshrined in the legislation in the same way that the slow down and move over legislation is enshrining that drivers must slow down and move over to pass stopped roadway maintenance vehicles on the shoulder. If you're passing a large vessel that's being pulled by semi-trailers on the roadway, as you quite often will when you're traveling up to some places in the oil patch or up to Fort McMurray, it's a dangerous situation, and it's, I think, incumbent upon drivers to slow down and move over. But the law doesn't prescribe that, and there's no prescribed penalties when passing the slow-moving vehicles or the large vessels, oversized vehicles on Alberta's highways, or the slow-moving vehicles that display the placard. So there's a number of instances, Mr. Speaker, where I believe the the Act, now that it's open, could have had its scope widened, and there were a number of other situations where indeed highways are impeded by either slow-moving or stopped vehicles that this Act could have described further situations that mandated drivers to slow down and move over, and also included penalty provisions for those that were that failed to do so. So while the substance of the Act, of course, we don't have any difficulties with, I think it's pretty clear to Albertans who have loved ones who are employed on roadside maintenance crews or to who have themselves actually had to fix their own vehicle while on the side of the highway. It's very noticeable how dangerous it really is. I know for certain a friend of mine that I worked with had to pull over on Highway 2 to the shoulder because of car failure, and the car was rear-ended by another vehicle that came forward from behind, and it was written off, and they luckily weren't killed. It's a dangerous place to be, the side of our roadway. So the Alberta Motor Association, of course, notes that there have been 36 near misses and 13 serious accidents involving tow trucks in Alberta. And I'm just wondering if indeed the government has any analysis or assessment on how many serious accidents are likely to be prevented by the implementation of the changes that are contemplated by Bill 5. So I know that it may seem like it's common sense, Mr. Speaker, to slow down and move over if there's a vehicle parked on the side of the road, but I know also that before indeed legislation was changed, it was common sight to see people not doing so and putting at risk the lives of first responders who were first covered under a former change to the Act, and now roadside maintenance workers are also being given the protection of this legislation. So I think there should have been a wider scope and more thought given to who could have been included, what range of vehicles or slow-moving vehicles could have been included in this Act. And there's still time potentially to do so, Mr. Speaker, if the minister is willing to consider amendments that might be undertaken while the Act is open right now, and give further protection and perhaps save even further lives of Albertans who are using our roadways, who must find necessary to either stop along the roadway or to move slowly along the roadway, and not necessarily a major highway. Like we'll know that fairly significant amount of agricultural equipment is moved on our secondary and even our gravel roads, our county roadways, and there are some pretty dangerous maneuvers taken to pass tractors pulling pieces of equipment on smaller roadways as well, which I think bear some scrutiny, perhaps even legislation. For example, Mr. Speaker, it may be wise to make it incumbent upon those who are moving a load that is blocking or three-quarters blocking a roadway, that they must actually stop and pull over themselves to allow traffic to move around them. So there's elements that this legislation could have focused attention on to this slow down and move over concept that weren't added into the legislation, and I think that they should have been. So I say it's a missed opportunity if indeed the minister doesn't consider adding some amendments, and perhaps it's something that she'll see as an opportunity before the bill actually reaches final reading in the House. So other jurisdictions have all passed legislation requiring drivers to slow down and move over for emergency vehicles. Now, the maintenance vehicles, of course, are not emergency vehicles. They would be more the amber light displaying vehicles, but equally they are required to be on the side of the road for their working purposes, and they are significantly at risk because of their location next to high-speed traffic. It will be noted, of course, that with the snow plows, they're obviously in motion for a lot of their time frame, and the slow down and move over requirement means that they have to slow down and move over while the snowplow is moving and performing its operations. But that's why I thought it might even be wise, given that it already applies to moving snowplows, it might be wise to include other slow-moving vehicles, such as those that are required to display the triangular orange and red slow-moving vehicle placard that we see on vehicles in Alberta. It's something that's construction vehicles and farm vehicles and commercial vehicles of various types are required to display. And it's not seen as a necessity, let's say, by many drivers to actually slow down and pull over when they see a vehicle that is slow moving. We've all witnessed, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that many drivers will see it as an opportunity to gauge the distance of oncoming traffic and perhaps to speed up and pull over and pass a slow moving vehicle unsafely in that manner, rather than to slow down and move over. And it should be something that is mandated in the same way that the Bill 5 before us mandates drivers to slow down and move over for highway maintenance vehicles, including the snow plows and dump trucks or what have you that might be on the roadway. Now, I'm sure this legislation will benefit the operators of snow plows and construction equipment or maintenance equipment, and it's something that family members will welcome as well. And the fines are significant, and they should be significant, Mr. Speaker, because it's an irresponsible act to go blasting by a snow plow or a piece of roadway maintenance equipment, or a first responder, for that matter, who was doing their job at the side of the road. And of course, the rate of speed, higher, the faster you go, and the more that your ticket's going to be, and that's as it should be. I hope the public education campaign that the government puts together does include multimedia platforms, as well as, of course, radio and television spots. Radio being one that sometimes is forgotten, and some of our rural media as well is sometimes forgotten when the government is trying to advertise new changes. But I think in this case, given that it's one of the places that we listen to radio most often nowadays is in our vehicles, that if indeed the rollout of the public education advertising on the matter before us in Bill 5 doesn't include radio advertising, it would be a missed opportunity. Now, I don't think we need to be reminded, but it is a sad fact that between March 2018 and March 2021, there were 128 collisions involving snowplows. Now, that's a 3-year period. That's only 36 months, and we got 128 collisions involving snowplows. That's a horrendous statistic. Many Albertans will be surprised to learn how frequently snowplows are hit by vehicles on our roadways, and that's a high degree of irresponsibility. Snowplows are, even at the worst of conditions, if you're moving slowly enough, visible to drivers who's going slowly enough to move around and avoid colliding with them. So it speaks to the wisdom of bringing forward this legislation to protect those operators and to raise awareness in the community and amongst drivers that it's totally irresponsible and totally unacceptable to be rolling by at full highway speed when you're passing a roadway maintenance vehicle or you're passing a snowplow. And I think that there are other classes of vehicle operators that deserve the same respect and should have had it accorded through their inclusion in this piece of legislation. Unfortunately, they haven't been. I know each element that you want to include in a piece of legislation where if you want to include another class of vehicles, certainly takes a whole lot more investigation and work and deliberation. And I understand the minister may have been responding to advocacy from those who are working on the side of the roads, operating snowplows and highway maintenance vehicles. And be that as it may, it might have been appropriate, I think, to try to expedite consultation with other classes of vehicle operators to see if indeed at the same time this legislation could have included them as well. I think it would have been a good use of time, and probably would have been able to be done within the same opening of the act as right now. With respect to the revoking of licenses, commercial licenses for those who would use a commercial vehicle or a farm vehicle to block a roadway with the intent of getting greater awareness for their protest. This is something that I think the minister clearly should have done. We've got a huge glaring example of the necessity for that type of a tool in the hands of our transportation minister, and it could have solved what might have ended up in a violent confrontation using weapons by people involved in that blockade who were intent on using them to kill RCMP officers. And if indeed, as many Albertans were screaming about, like, do something for crying out loud to get their vehicles off the roadway, stop this blockade, yet the minister was claiming, no, I can't do that. The legislation doesn't allow it. Well, let's make it allow it. Let's amend it.
Thank you, honourable members. I see the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo has risen to join debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to follow up my colleague from Edmonton, McClung, who I think raised many good questions with regard to, well, Bill 5 is before us. Why are we just dealing with one aspect, an important aspect, but just one aspect, when there are other issues that have come to the fore of late, notably commercial and farm vehicles being used to blockade, for instance, at the Coots border crossing, which had a significant effect on the movement of goods down into the United States and the disruption of supply lines. And the opportunity, obviously, is here to consider that and to put some teeth in the Traffic Safety Act that would dissuade people from using their vehicles in that fashion, which were problematic for Albertans, also obviously people in other parts of the country, the Windsor Bridge, can't remember the name of that bridge offhand, but the bridge going between Windsor and Detroit? The big Ambassador. Thank you for the generous offering of help from former city councillor who didn't offer that much when we were city councillors together. But he may have a change of views, Mr. Speaker. He may have a change of heart with regard to my presentation here today. Anyway, I want to, of course, recognize that my colleague from Edmonton, McClung, was correct in pointing out that many see the opportunity of an open bill as a way to improve the situation for Albertans, and I would just underline that it's unfortunate that the minister hasn't considered this as a necessary action because, in my estimation, we'll probably, certainly hope I'm wrong, but we may see more instances going forward in the future of people using critical infrastructure in that fashion and trying to make a point of protest that certainly they are right, have the right to protest, but not in a way that negatively impacts the lives and livelihoods of Albertans and addresses critical infrastructure in that way. And we do have a bill, I just want to point out, I believe it's called the Critical Infrastructure Defense Bill, something like that, that was just passed here maybe last spring, Mr. Speaker, and which could have been used in this regard of coots in Alberta's case. Perhaps other provinces like Ontario have similar things, and the Ambassador Bridge could have been opened up and sooner than it was, but subsequent to the federal government, as we all know, passing the Emergencies Act, I think it was called, that bridge was opened up expeditiously, quickly, because of the federal government stepping in. Not so here in Coots. That was delayed in terms of any action more than 18 days. And a Traffic Safety Act that had protections in it, as we're suggesting, for Albertans and for trade could have dealt with that, though we did have an act called the Emergencies Act, and the government failed to use that act for whatever reason, I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But they did, and it was problematic for all Albertans. What we see before us is an amendment to the Traffic Safety Act, which would require, obviously, drivers to slow down where possible when passing roadside workers, including snowplows and maintenance workers, when a vehicle is passing on the same side of the highway, or if there is a two-lane highway and those vehicles are on the other lane and you're passing them, you have to slow down and move over when their lights are flashing and they are stopped on the highway. You know, it's a small thing for the driving public to do. I don't consider it onerous at all. And we are seeing it happen with regard to emergency vehicles at this point in time, and this act would spread that out so that we're talking about snowplows and roadside workers as well. Mr. Speaker, we've all seen those signs on the sides of highways, particularly around areas where the roads are under construction or being worked on, and they say, and I think the contractors put them up, and they say things like, you know, slow down because we want these workers to get back to their families at the end of their workday, and no one can disagree with the importance of that happening, Mr. Speaker, and that's a form of education, obviously. But now this amendment will put some greater teeth into the requests of that sign because it'll be against the law, and fines can be levied against people who, I don't know what the word would be, I guess dangerously pass people in working on the roadside or in fact cleaning snowplows and other kinds of things. You know, when I was reading the bill, it's not very long, but when I was reading and thinking about it, I was thinking about other kinds of municipal and county workers that are out there who are just wanting to get home at the end of their shift. And while I was a city councillor, there was yearly a memorial that would take place to memorialize workers who had died at the city of Calgary during that year. And there's similar kinds of memorial events across this province, Mr. Speaker. And I know it's in the hundreds each year. I think just not a couple hundred, but between 100 and 200 workers who unfortunately in this province die in their workplace as a result of an injury or an accident. And that's the kind of tragedy that can be ameliorated with doing more. And it's not a lot to expect of the traveling public to pass safely. And if they can't pass safely, then they should learn through a stiff fine. And that's obviously something I think that's built into this as well. I see my colleague from Edmonton, McClung, talked about those fines for failing to slow down when passing snowplows or maintenance workers will now apply, and that fine would be in a range from $136 to $826, and that variance is based on the speed of the offending vehicle. So, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the municipal workers that certainly I'm aware of, they are in the line of, they see many things on the roadways. And it's not just plows, and it's not just tow truck operators or emergency vehicles on the sides of roads. It also includes like people who are maintaining roads, people who are painting line crews on roads, crack and seal crews. But in those cases, you know, there's a greater attention to slowing traffic down. There's often sign and signal people. There's often moving over kind of things so that they'll make only one lane available. But you can't pass those groups and not those kinds of workers on roadways and not take a look at the equipment that they're using. And sometimes there's these huge there's these huge vehicles that are set up to absorb crashes. And you kind of wonder how often they're pressed into service as a result of people in a distracted way, not knowing that you know, there's a lot of danger with a pickup or a vehicle hurtling down the roadway at a potentially 120 kilometers an hour, and the impact. And you get a sense of how they're trying to protect their lives by these crash absorber kind of vehicles they tow behind their other vehicles to kind of keep everybody safe. So while I have no concerns with this legislation, I think everybody here wants to keep workers as safe as possible wherever they are, whether they're working on the roadside or they're working anywhere. And I see no issues with the substance and the write-up of the aspects that are amending the existing Traffic Safety Act. I do think there was an opportunity to include other initiatives in this bill, and we've made that clear. I do think there is a great deal of support for what's in this bill. The Minister of Municipal Affairs talked about the survey and the consultation that was done and the agreement that Albertans had with that. I do think that a public education campaign is a good way to start Albertans to recognize that there needs to be a change in their behavior, the behavior that they have towards tow trucks and emergency vehicles needs now to be extended when they see flashing lights, whether they're amber or blue and red. And that public education campaign will ultimately lead to a safer roadway for Albertans. And that's really how municipalities change things anyway. If they have a new bylaw that they want to bring in, as we used to have our bylaw, Mr. Bruce, we used to call him Bylaw Bill, he would urge us to ensure that we had a good lead of education, and he would sit down and explain that to council, and he would explain that to the public through any opportunity he had to be in the media, that things are going to be different in the future. We're not going to change it right away, but please recognize that there will be a difference in the future, so that, and we always did things to improve the safety, protect the public, and that's what this is all about, so that workers can go home at the end of their, families can know that their loved one will be home at the end of their shift instead of potentially injured or worse. So I too was really astounded that so many snow plows have been hit. It must be quite a shock for the operators in those situations to be involved in collisions. And 128 of those collisions occurred through Alberta Transportation advising the government and us being aware of that through the information that was published or made available in support of this bill amendment, or this act amendment. And that, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the chance this afternoon to provide some comments for the first time, of course, around Bill 5, the Traffic Safety Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, as somebody who spent a considerable amount of time before being able to serve the constituents of Edmonton Decor in this House, safety was certainly one of the top topics of mind for me. Spending much of 20 years co-chairing my workplace health and safety committee, spending several years on my union's provincial health and safety committee, trying to find ways to help workers work safely, improve those conditions for members, not only in my own work site, but across others that belong to UFCW 401 as members. And so certainly when I see legislation that comes forward that increases safety for Albertans, Alberta workers, I'm always absolutely in favor of that. I'm certainly not in favor when we start to reduce those things, like of course we saw earlier in this legislature around, I think reducing the effectiveness of workplace health and safety committees. So those kinds of things I'm not very excited about. But with Bill 5, I don't have any issues with promoting and voting in favor of Bill 5. But I think there was certainly some opportunities that we could have taken to, I guess, make things better. Certainly, some of the members in this House, I have not spent probably as much time as they spend on the highways, getting back to their constituencies. But I've certainly spent my share of time either traveling on the highways, pulling a 24-foot travel trailer behind my truck, and shall we say, some of the interesting situations that have cropped up on the highways, either observing or even being a part of in those situations. And so I guess, maybe we could have taken the opportunity, with this act being opened, to address things and, I'll bring this up because it literally happened yesterday. Coming back from Calgary, kind of a dark part of the road, right around Bowden, would look like a garbage bin or container of some kind off to the side of the road, right near a small bridge, and kind of really close to that. And yes, there was some safety cones out there, but those cones were very dirty. They didn't have the reflective tapes around them, and so until you're almost on top of it, you can't really see this sort of thing. Perhaps we could have looked at ways to promote a better safe situation for drivers around that sort of thing. So just something that just occurred yesterday, so it's top of mind, obviously, for me. I know one of the things that I heard quite a bit, and this, of course, it goes all the way back to the 29th legislature, when I served in there with a lot of folks, the concerns from tow truck drivers and the challenges, very unsafe challenges that they face when they're on the roads. And again, as early as yesterday, seeing the situation on the road. And so not only do you have somebody trying to help a stranded driver with their vehicle, but it also requires another vehicle further down from that, just to, I guess, try to provide some kind of visibility in terms of either slowing down, moving over. And the funny thing is, Mr. Speaker, even despite that, individuals who were in the lane right beside that still didn't move over, which kind of leads me into this point where, they're going to commit to an educational program. And when I started my remarks here, some of the situations that I've come across on the roads, observed, been a part of, I think we're really going to have to take a very hard look about how we're educating, because the reality is we're still seeing situations where drivers are either they're not paying attention, or they're just careless, or whatnot. I mean, a simple act of a stalled vehicle on the side of the road, stopped to make a phone, whatever the reason is. If you're on the highway, it's really not a big deal to move over to the passing lane, giving that person a lot of space. I mean, we just don't know if they're going to open up their door and walk out. Some of our shoulders are not that large, and it doesn't accommodate for the entire vehicle to get as far away from the roadway as possible. And so the education for these changes, I really think we need to up the game on that, especially with new drivers, so that they understand the risks on the road. So is it something that we need to, for instance, start applying at the high school level, in the grades 11 and 12, where we have, new drivers that are going to be coming onto the road, and get them, young and open-minded, so that they learn these types of habits when they do get on the roads and they do get onto the highways. It's unfortunate to say I've been, witness to and stopped for accidents involving new drivers, and unfortunately, a lot of times it was due to carelessness. And so I think we could have had an opportunity with which to look at those things, address those types of training aspects for drivers, just so that we can make our roads safer. And so that kind of leads me around to sort of the safety that some of my colleagues were talking about earlier, around our unfortunate recent experience at the border crossing at Coots. I've seen a bit of an inconsistent approach to these sorts of things. I mean, I've seen responses to individuals who happen to, block a roadway. They didn't even have vehicles. They had a couple bicycles, and it was a very, very stern reaction to that. And yet, it was, you know, a little bit of a lackadaisical response with what unfortunately took place down in Coots. So with such a fresh experience in all of our minds, have we not lost an opportunity to learn and make something better for that? My colleague from Calgary Buffalo had kind of started to touch on this. I think back again, you know, my days in the labor movement, and I've certainly visited, you know, many strike lines. I've been a part of strike lines with my duties through UFCW, and even been on my own strike line for a week. And reality is there is blocking of traffic that happens, whether it be into a business or possibly even a roadway. And so when I think about that, usually the result is it's either through a labor board decision and or even the courts. But it usually happens within about 24 hours. And so, you know, thinking about my experience on my very own, of course, obviously we're blocking traffic from getting into, you know, the McDonald's Consolidated Lucerne Ice Cream parking area and whatnot. And the labor board, you know, quickly issued saying that we could only hold up traffic for 5 minutes at a time. So for each successive car or truck, we could only hold them for 5 minutes. So when I look at those situations, I can't help but wonder, did Alberta not have the ability to duplicate that kind of a process where they could have gone to the court system, simply got a decision saying you can't shut down the entire border, you can only slow things down. I'm speculating here at this point, you know, Mr. Speaker, but clearly the response that we had here was completely ineffective. And so, you know, was there an opportunity through Bill 5 to be able to look at a situation like that and be able to handle it differently going forward from here? So, you know, just a thought around that and how maybe we could have done something a little bit different. I guess, as you know, some of my colleagues had mentioned some shocking numbers that we've seen come out around incidents and near misses that have happened. I'd like to be able to maybe say I was shocked too, but frankly, actually I'm not. And again, just my work in promoting health and safety and safe workplaces, you know, these kinds of things are preventable. And so, you know, going back to some of my earlier comments around tow truck drivers, you know, did we have an opportunity? I know the industry has lobbied very significantly over the years about changing from the amber warning light to blue. We have seen some of these changes in other jurisdictions. Was that, you know, not, again, an opportunity that we could have taken advantage of to try to protect our tow truck operators? And along with the education piece about moving over, things like that, slowing down, you know, perhaps, you know, even though we're in third, we might get an opportunity to hear from the minister around, you know, why some of those things maybe weren't addressed in this bill. And perhaps, you know, maybe there are plans for another bill coming up that could address those types of things. Which kind of led me a little bit to just, I guess I don't really want to call it a concern, a question maybe. Again, just diving into some of the language of the bill in number 5 and on page 2 in subsection 2 in subclause by striking out emergency vehicle or tow truck and substituting vehicle. I guess I'm wondering, did that maybe get a little bit too broad? And I know we're trying to encompass things like snow plows and whatnot, but you know, do we now start to cloud, are people going to say, well, what's a vehicle and things like that. So I guess that was more just a thought that I had when I was looking at the legislation and wondering, why we didn't choose instead maybe to be a little bit more prescriptive in terms of what we wanted to refer to, or if, by doing that, it kind of boxed us in a little bit in terms of, trying to increase that safety level for, be it workers on the road or tow truck drivers, things like that. Did we miss maybe an opportunity, like I said, when we have a vehicle that's broken down on the road? How do we potentially create a safer situation where perhaps maybe we have an immobile vehicle? I made reference to this kind of bin that I saw late last night coming back from Calgary. I think about when somebody's hauling something of great length out the end of their vehicle. You're required to have a flag on that. It has to be very, very visible so people can see it. Could we kind of take that sort of thinking where if something has to be left on the road, does it need to be somehow very quickly identifiable so that you can see it and you can react to it on the road? I've certainly seen many, many times where vehicles have struck others on the side of the road. I mean, probably everybody's seen those YouTube videos where an officer has pulled somebody over. They still got all their safety lights on, the orange lights trying to point everybody the other direction, and you still have an accident. So, what kind of things have we learned from those, and did we have a chance maybe in Bill 5 to maybe address some of those things? Again, it's all, as my friend from Calgary Buffalo said, it's all about safety.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 5, the Traffic Safety Amendment Act. Been thinking as I've been sort of reading through the bill, considering it, listening to members speak about some of my own experience related to this field. Mr. Speaker, I held a lot of different jobs in my lifetime. During the period when I was pursuing my degree in music performance at Grant MacEwan here in Edmonton, and indeed during my dozen or so years working as a musician and studio engineer, I worked a lot of other jobs on the side to help pay the bills and help pay for that schooling, and a number of those jobs were in fact in road maintenance and construction. Just out of high school, one of my first big summer jobs was working for the county of Strathcona. Got hired out there to work on one of their road crews, actually a number of their road crews. That was in the summer of 1992. So, way back when. 1992, indeed. So in that work, did a number of different things. I worked on a cold mix truck, so that's working with a sort of cold asphalt mix, and that's just literally going out with the truck and a few shovels out on the many rural roads out around in Strathcona County and just patching holes in the road out there. Just driving over them with the truck wheel to pack that down. I also had the opportunity to work on some of the maintenance and construction crews. I got a chance to drive some big pieces of equipment. Got to drive a couple of the wheeled bulldozers. That was mainly in the yard, sort of filling trucks and that sort of thing, but occasionally moving them from site to site with some of the road jobs, and also driving the large road packers. Those are basically just great big giant water tanks with rubber wheels that you use to pack down the roads. I had one incident with one of those packers that scared me a bit, trying to get down and pack the edge of the road on a bit of a steep grade and actually having the side of the road collapse a bit. So ended up luckily being able to steer into it and ride that packer down into a farmer's fence without incident, but certainly it was my heart was in my throat. But admittedly, most of that work was out and off the main roads with that, so it didn't really run into too many incidents like we're talking about with this bill. Though I did also follow that up then with a few summers where I worked for the city of Edmonton. That experience allowed me to get on with some of the crews here. And again, working for the city of Edmonton, I had the opportunity to work on a number of pothole crews. When you start out as the new guy on the pothole crew, you get to be the tar man, which means you carry around literally a bucket of steaming tar and a broom. You put on the face shield and you go out and you put tar around the edge of the pothole before you put the asphalt in and pack it down to make sure it's going to stick. But I did also have the opportunity to work with some larger crews in some other situations. I did work with some crews that were doing paving and others so sort of grinding out the road and then laying down new asphalt. That was in circumstances anywhere from working in back alleys to working on some side streets to all the way up to working on the Yellowhead Trail. So I did have some incidents where I was working out beside traffic and at times moving at some higher velocities, and indeed had the opportunity many occasions to do the much less exciting work of being a flag person. And that involved many times standing out on rural roads or sitting on rural roads waiting for traffic to come by to sort of let them know if they could go through or not, or just simply that road was closed. Certainly got some good reading done in those times. But certainly at times, you know, in the safety training, we heard some of the horror stories as well about tragic circumstances where individuals who were doing that work, unfortunately, were seriously injured or lost their lives by drivers who were driving too fast. They failed to slow down, were not paying attention, and indeed, unfortunately, on occasion then would find themselves plowing through construction sites. So I can well appreciate the intent behind this bill and the reason for bringing it forward. I also just reflect, Mr. Speaker, that I'm also well familiar with the dangers of high-speed traffic from my many years as a cycle commuter. So for a long time, that was my main way that I got around, and that was here in downtown Edmonton, but certainly other parts of the city. And that was at a time when we did not have any significant cycling infrastructure in the city, no protected or even painted bike lanes of any kind. So I got quite adept at, as we called it, playing in traffic, riding as a cyclist in the midst of vehicles. And certainly when you are out in that position and you are exposed, you're having people pass within a few feet of you at high velocity, you come to appreciate just how dangerous a vehicle can be. So certainly I understand and support the intent behind this act and indeed the act itself, because I recognize the danger that we can have, that folks that are out doing this important work, that are supporting the ability for all of us to be able to get around the province, to get around our cities, municipalities, different areas, recognize the need to ensure those individuals are protected. And I know for myself, Mr. Speaker, even as someone who has, been a cycle commuter, who has been on the side and felt the danger that there can be from a vehicle passing by, it can still be easy to lose that sense when you are behind the wheel of a vehicle yourself. That's part of the challenge of it, the psychology of driving, and how that sort of removes us sometimes from the impact that we could potentially have. I think back to the times, when I've been driving down Highway 2 and I come in past Leduc and I come down the road and I hit Edmonton and it changes from 110 to 90 and then all the way down to 60, and all of a sudden 60 kilometers feels like I'm barely moving at all. But could still do an incredible amount of damage to an individual. So certainly when we have situations then where we are indeed asking people to reduce their speed, potentially in a highway district or area, from 110 or, admit it, let's be honest here, 120 is what most folks are doing on Highway 2. I mean, I'm sure no one here would do that, Mr. Speaker. And we were asking them to slow down from that, to less than half of that, or potentially even a third. That that can feel that doesn't quite feel right as a driver. It feels very slow, but it is essential to ensure that we are providing the protection for folks that are doing this crucial work. So this bill would require that drivers slow down wherever possible when they are passing roadside workers. So whether that be snow plows, and I think we've all encountered that, all of us as MLAs, and certainly some here more than myself who have to make that regular trip up Highway 2 in the midst of winter and the snowstorms. Certainly we have run into the snow plows. We've been caught behind them, perhaps quietly cursed them at times as we've been in a hurry, but certainly recognizing the incredibly important work they're doing, that they should have that respect when we are approaching and passing them on the road. And indeed, that would also apply then for roadside workers, maintenance workers. When those vehicle lights are flashing, they are stopped on the side of the highway. So this basically just affords them the same protections that are given to first responders and tow truck operators. And that just makes sense, Mr. Speaker, because they face exactly the same danger. When they are stopped and they are doing their important work by the side of a highway, they are every bit as much exposed as a tow truck operator or a first responder. And so I certainly support the plans then to raise the fines, to change the fines for failing to slow down when passing snowplows or maintenance workers to range from $136 to $826 based on the individual's speed. And I think that's appropriate as well to vary. Certainly the faster we go, the more danger we present. And certainly I just got my own ticket the other day for driving a little bit over the speed limit on St. Albert Trail. And duly went to the Alberta website yesterday and paid my fine of $116. Good. Indeed. But certainly, I believe it is appropriate that we have a scaled penalty, particularly for individuals that choose to pass at a real excess of speed. And certainly, I think we've all encountered a few of those individuals as we've made our way along Highway 2 as well. Now, I understand that the government is saying as part of this, they will undertake a public education campaign to let folks know before enforcement would start in the spring of next year. And I'd say that's also fair. It's good to give folks a good heads up of what's coming down the pipe, the changes that are going to be made, so they have the opportunity to respond and change their behavior. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we would hope that folks are already taking that precaution, already showing that respect to vehicles, but certainly if we are going to be increasing fines and potential penalties, we should be giving folks due notice. So absolutely, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting in support of this legislation, though I would echo some of the comments that have been made by some of my colleagues, just noting that the Minister of Transportation did suggest that she was encumbered from taking steps during the recent illegal blockade at Coots, that she was unable to take some actions. She did a legal analysis and said that she needed more authority under this very act. So certainly nothing could be fresher in mind. I think the billions that we lost to our provincial economy should certainly be at the forefront of all of us here as legislators. And certainly taking steps, I think, to prevent that kind of action in the future through an illegal blockade, which indeed many members of this House have spoken at length about how they oppose such things, or at least in some circumstances other than the Coots situation. But certainly that does seem to be the general consensus. Certainly there would have been an opportunity here to make appropriate changes to this legislation to ensure that all such blockades would be able to be dealt with in, I think, a much more expeditious manner than we saw that this government was willing to take in this particular situation. But that aside, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I certainly support the substance and the intent of what the minister is trying to do here, so I will be voting in favor of Bill 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on Bill 5? Seeing none, I am prepared to ask the question. Noting that the opportunity to close debate has been waived, the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Transportation, has moved third reading of Bill 5, Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2022. Those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Carried.
Bill 5, Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2022 is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for a second reading, Bill 10, Health Professions Protecting Women and Girls, Amendment Act 2022. Adjourned debate, Member Loyola.
Are there any members wishing to join debate on this? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is, as always, an honor to rise in this House. Just going to put my glasses on so I can read. I haven't yet had the opportunity to speak to Bill 10, the Health Professions Protecting Women and Girls Amendment Act. And I believe it's actually the first bill that's been fully sponsored by Status of Women. So as the critic for Status of Women, I'm quite happy to rise and to share my thoughts on this one. And I am going to preface my comments a little bit here. But I assure you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I will get back to the content of the bill. I just want to frame my points a little bit, and I want to start by actually talking about how the comments that will likely happen today around this bill could be presented with a content warning or with a trigger warning, and this is really timely that I mention this because, and maybe the teacher and me will just talk a little bit about what a content warning or a trigger warning means. A trigger warning is a statement that's made prior to sharing potentially disturbing content. That content might include graphic references to topics like sexual assault, self-harm, violence, eating disorder, and so on. And I think everybody in this chamber would agree that the topic of FGM, female genital mutilation, is something that could be absolutely traumatizing and triggering to somebody listening, somebody tuning in. And believe it or not, I know I like to joke about people listening to the chamber, but there are people who tune in and watch. And I think it's really a good learning experience, a good teaching opportunity. And again, it's the teacher and me that we should, take content warnings and trigger warnings seriously. And whenever we talk about a potentially quite traumatizing, triggering topic such as this one, that we join together and acknowledge the impact that it could have on people, on survivors of female genital mutilation. And this is why, I do want to just point out that we've seen from this Premier multiple times. I didn't get a chance to fully search Hansard, but he did it this week on Tuesday, I believe, made light of trigger warnings and mock them. And of course, you can do a little bit of research and reading on trigger warnings and content warnings, and you may find that some people, there's actually a lot of research that says, I'm not so certain if trigger warnings and content warnings are the best approach. But regardless, making light and mocking sensitivities like that, I don't think is the right approach. And I would think that most folks in this chamber would agree with that. Just as, if we were talking about residential schools as an example, when you talk with elders and you talk with survivors, you often preface those conversations with, the possible impacts, the possible, re-traumatizing effects. And so I did actually have the opportunity, I don't think he'll mind me saying it, to talk with the finance minister yesterday about, he mirrored the Premier in making light of a trigger warning. And I was actually really pleased that the finance minister talked to me and said, I didn't know, and he said he won't do it again. And that was pretty great to hear. And so I really appreciated that. And I also chatted with the member from, oh my goodness, I may get a riding wrong, Chestermere Strathmore, and she, thank you, yeah, and she also said that it's not something that we should be doing. So I hope I'm doubtful that the Premier is watching me speak right now, but on Sunday, I'm getting back to
all members that it would be inappropriate to comment as to whether or not other members.
Oh, good point. Thank you.
And wasn't quite exactly, but I thought we were.
Perfect. No, I appreciate that.
I think we're all on the same page.
No, thank you, and I really appreciate that. And I just did want to highlight that, I may not have much of a life, because I did watch the press conference on Sunday. And actually watched it with with much interest. That was on human trafficking. And one of the reasons why I watched it with much interest, the Premier was there, and the Minister for Children's Services, and I believe the Minister of Justice, and perhaps someone else, apologies. But why I paid such attention to that is one of my constituents, Kate Quinn, she's the head of CEASE, the Centre to End All Sexual Exploitation. She was there. She made the trip down from Edmonton, from Treaty 6, as she said in her remarks, and she went down with April, who is a survivor, a survivor of human trafficking, and someone who's been an incredible advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit folks. And she co-founded the Stolen Sisters movement. And so I watched with with a lot of interest. And I saw the Premier standing there and supporting and saying that his government was going to do all they could to end human trafficking and to take those issues seriously. And I felt hopeful. And then on the next day, he posted a meme trivializing assault. And then on the very next day, he made light of trigger warnings. And so I'm urging this government, this Premier, to do better and to be better. And I think he has an opportunity to do so and to to allow all of us to really believe his words. And so I hope to see that with action here soon. So let me get back to Bill 10, the Health Professions Protecting Women and Girls Amendment Act. I said I had the opportunity to speak with the bill sponsor, and I know it's something that she's quite passionate about, and she shared with me just the number of stakeholders that she's reached out to on this bill. And I think we can all agree in this chamber, and I shared this in my response to this bill as well, that absolutely FGM is a horrific human rights abuse, and we need to all call it out. And I actually recall, as a high school social studies teacher in rural Alberta, a member from Drayton Valley, Devon, would recall as well, Social Studies 10, human rights is an important component there. And I remember actually this topic coming up in class. One of the students, I think it had been mentioned in an article, and one of the students asked, what is FGM? And I still remember, it so vividly. As teachers, social studies teachers, as topics come up organically, we address them. And I remember saying, okay, folks, I'm going to tell you what this practice is, but I'm just warning you. It was actually before I knew the language of content warning or trigger warning, because this was, probably about 10 years ago now. But I remember saying, I'm going to tell you what this is about. And I actually had a student faint in class. I still remember that. I remember it so vividly. But again, as a teacher, you embrace these learning opportunities. And it was actually then that same student did a project on this issue. And so it sort of came full circle, because it was something my students at that time in Balf, Alberta, they hadn't heard about. And I can imagine many folks in this very chamber haven't heard about it as well. And so we know that it is absolutely horrific, and we know that it is already illegal under the criminal code, and as it should be. And so I'm not going to speak, and I'm probably already running close to out of time here, but I'm not going to speak a great deal about the specifics around it. I know in debate yesterday there was some specific detail given from the sponsor of the bill as well, and my colleagues will have a lot of specific questions. I'll say my two lawyer colleagues who will provide some legal analysis of this as well. I know who will be speaking here shortly too. But I do have to get on the record here as a critic for status of women, that when I saw a piece of legislation was coming forward, and like I said, the first clear bill directly coming from the ministry for which I am the critic, I was really hopeful, especially when I heard that it was going to be about protecting women and girls, and I thought, interesting, I wonder what this is going to be about. I heard it was going to be about women's health. I must say, while again, and I'm going to be very careful in how I phrase this, we know that FGM is absolutely horrific, and I want us to all condemn it, but it's not an issue that I hear about from my constituents. There are so many issues related to women's health of the 2S LGBTQ+ community, specifically trans health, and it's certainly on my mind as we head into the Transgender Day of Visibility tomorrow, March 31st, just how much work we have to do to advance and support trans health in this province and globally as well. And I think about some folks who've reached out to me sharing reproductive health concerns, endometriosis as an example. It's actually Endometriosis Awareness Month, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it in the chamber yet, and we're almost at the end of the month, so a good opportunity to do so. This is a condition that affects thousands of women across this province. And I shared an article from someone named Megan who shared her story about endometriosis. And in her story, she just talked about, the debilitating impact that endometriosis has had on her life. And when I shared it on social media, I had countless people, women, weigh in, sharing their own issues, many of them experiencing wait lists and getting treatment, and it is something for which treatment is not simple, and there is no specific cure, so to speak. And a number of women shared their concerns or their lack of access to health care. And endometriosis is just one example of many. During the Bill 207 debate, the number of women and gender diverse folks I heard from around this province who encounter barriers when accessing health care. I heard from women during, this is not ancient history. This is 2019, November, I believe, 2019, when that bill was we were first talking about it. I could have my dates wrong. My memories are confusing during a pandemic. But heard from countless people, women in particular, even in urban areas. I remember one woman in an urban area who said that she was being denied birth control from her family physician, right? That this is still happening. And so I give those as a couple of examples of some of the significant health concerns that women and gender diverse folks have raised with me. And so, again, it's not to diminish the critical importance of speaking up and speaking out against FGM, but I do wonder, of all the pressing concerns facing women and girls in the province, that this was this government's priority. And I'd love to hear, and I do hope we'll have folks rising on the other side of the chamber to just perhaps talk a little bit about, why it was that this topic area was so critical. Like I said, my staff probably think I'm a little bit too nosy, but I pay a lot of attention to my inbox because I really do want to know what issues are top of mind for my constituents. And I mean, like I'm sure all of us in this chamber, we don't just hear from our constituents, we hear from folks in other constituents, folks who might not be getting the support they need, or, as a critic for status of women and 2S LGBTQ+ issues, of course I hear from women and members of the community from all over the province. And, I've not had an email about this topic. And so it just, I just would love to hear a little bit more as to the why, right? As to the to why this government felt that this one was such this was such a significant priority for this government. All right, so I do also want to. I'll get a couple of questions here on the record, but again, I really wanted to present that to me because, and as I said in my response to this bill when it first was released, if this government, if this minister, Associate Minister for Status of Women, are looking for any ideas of key priority areas where we could really be supporting women and girls, and specifically women and girls' health, I've got a lot of ideas, and I know I've worked closely with our health critic, the member from Edmonton City Centre too, on both the issues of women's health and LGBTQ2S+ health. And there are a lot of tangible things that this government could be doing to support those areas. And again, I got to mention it because I may not get a chance tomorrow. Trans health is a big one, and I had the pleasure of raising some concerns around trans health in government estimates. And I shared in the chamber, I shared in that room that when we're talking about delays in accessing trans health care, delayed health care is deadly health care for the trans community. And the stories I could share with you, talking about emails, I could share with folks in this chamber countless emails from members of the trans communities sharing just how incredibly challenging it is to access health care The barriers are many. Wait lists, of course, lack of psychologists. We hear there are 6 psychologists across this province who are able to provide referrals, and we've asked Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services to expand the list of professionals, the list of people who are able to provide referrals. We know that access to surgery itself is a huge, huge barrier as well. And so with that, I thank you for the time, and I appreciate the apt audience.
Thank you. We are on second reading of Bill 10. Are there any members looking to join debate? I see the honourable member for Calgary Mountain View has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill 10. And I'll start, as my colleague did, by providing a content warning to anyone who might be watching, because we will be discussing some troubling things in this particular bill. So the bill is obviously intended to ensure that health professionals are not involved in the performance of female genital mutilation, or FGM, and that's obviously a good thing. It's rendered illegal by the criminal code, so I mean, I suppose it already was illegal, but it's not necessarily a bad thing to have multiple avenues by which to approach behavior that we want to curtail. So I think that can be important, providing, for instance, in a criminal court, the standard of proof tends to be a lot higher than in other proceedings. So providing other avenues is a good thing. So I am glad to see that this government is speaking out against this practice and is taking the steps that are within their control. I think that's a good thing. I do have some questions about the legislation, and particularly the wording of the legislation. So the definition is provided for in here. The question I have about the way the definition is framed is what steps have been taken to ensure that this definition doesn't impact trans folks trying to access health care. Because the definition is, I mean, to prevent the harm, I understand why the definition is broad. I'm a little curious why an explicit exemption for a trans person was not provided in the definition, because I think that would have been possible, especially in light of the sort of exemptions that are already in there. So I think that is something that could have been added to this bill, and I'm a little curious why it wasn't, because we certainly know, I mean, obviously, again, this is another thing where we talk about how some steps are, you can take steps forward without solving the problem, let's put it that way. And so I was very proud in our time in government to introduce a bill that prohibited discrimination on the basis of gender expression and gender identity. That was certainly a big step forward, but we know that it wasn't enough. That's why we continued to work with the community to bring in other things. And one of the things I hear frequently about is about access to health care. And in part, it's about physicians maybe not feeling competent or able to manage in the area. So there's sometimes, I've heard from some trans folks that, you go in for a broken arm, and a broken arm's a broken arm, but people will not decline to provide care, but be reluctant to provide care or ongoing care because the individual is trans, and the doctor doesn't necessarily feel, or the other health professional doesn't necessarily feel they're sort of prepared to deal with that. And so that could certainly be dealt with by way of sort of requirements in the curriculum. But there are also sort of direct problems on the provision of surgeries, for instance. There's a very long waiting list. There are a lot of hurdles to be overcome, but even when you overcome those hurdles, it's very, very difficult to access, and it has been made more difficult to access. And part of this is because it's bureaucratic and people want to see protections in place, but sometimes these things have unintended consequences, I guess is my concern. And I am concerned that this bill might have those unintended consequences. So we would very genuinely and very seriously like to hear from the minister, about the legal opinions they got to ensure that this definition, as provided in the legislation, isn't going to have that impact. And in particular, I'd like to hear why there is no specific exemption put in for surgeries performed for trans people. I'm really concerned because these are people who have an incredibly difficult time accessing healthcare, Mr. Speaker, and it can have incredibly tragic results. I mean, imagine living in a body that doesn't feel like your own, that doesn't feel reflective of who you are, and going through the process of coming to terms with that and sharing it with the people around you, the sort of emotional difficulty and resilience of that, and then add on to this potentially, years of additional appointments and being questioned and being asked if you really know who you are and having to jump through administrative and bureaucratic hoops. I've had, Mr. Speaker, people in my office to notarize paperwork just to sort of change names or change gender identifiers on legal documents. And it was piles of paperwork. We were sometimes notarizing for half an hour. And so the barriers to this and the sort of length of wait for surgery can be incredibly emotionally traumatic to people. And given those barriers already being in place, and given the difficulties that people face already, I think this House deserves to understand why the definition was written this way and what protections are in place. And I am hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that the government has an explanation, that somewhere there is a legal opinion that states that this will not create a problem and that it can be shared with this House, because this isn't a situation where trust us is going to cut it, because this really is something that has a huge impact for a lot of people. So I hope that the minister can come forward and answer those questions. I hope that there is a detailed explanation for why that sort of explicit exemption wasn't required in regulation, why this definition won't catch trans people seeking health care. So that is the thing I would like to ask on that. The other question I have, and again, I'm not saying this is a bad bill. I am supportive of this bill. But I do have questions about other areas of women's health care, especially in light of the fact that this government has sort of taken steps around talking about like the necessity of certain procedures and whether certain procedures are necessary and whether they're kind of, I mean, honestly, in their communications material, the government almost suggested that these things were a burden on the healthcare system and that certain things should be deprioritized, and those things affected primarily women. So, even something like saying that carpal tunnel syndrome isn't sort of a priority surgery, well, that affects primarily women, right? That's the sort of information you find out if you don't scrap the GBA plus analysis that departments used to have to do when we were in government. You find out that those things are disproportionately affecting women. But as well, there are a number of surgeries. There's, some level of controversy over whether hysterectomies are medically necessary in certain circumstances, and that can have a real impact on women seeking health care. And we know as well the sort of impacts of intersectionality on people seeking healthcare, whether they are believed, whether their symptoms are believed, how seriously the medical system as a whole takes their concerns. And we can see in the data the impacts of that on longevity, not just on women, but particularly on women who are marginalized in other ways. And so this is a good step forward, but I feel like there are so many ways this government could have acted to protect women's health. There are so many ways that it could have been sort of possible to move this forward. And I kind of wonder why some of those are missing here. I think in the pandemic, we have truly seen what it is to say that an otherwise neutral circumstance has a disproportionate impact on certain populations. The pandemic is ostensibly neutral, but it had a disproportionate impact on women and their lives. It was women who, more than anyone else, had to stay home, who more than anyone else had to reduce their hours of work or leave the workforce. And I suspect, though I do not yet know, that when all of the sort of data analyzing is done at the end, I'm curious to see what the impact, not just of the pandemic itself, but on the sort of like cancellation and delay of healthcare that people have experienced, whether that impact fell equally on every population, because I suspect that it didn't, because we know, again, women, and especially women of color, are less likely to get timely access to medical care for a whole series of reasons, but we do need to recognize that. We do need to recognize that that is a reality, that intersectionality exists, that these are real things that have real impacts. Impacts not just on someone's health, but on their life or death. So I do think it's good that we are moving forward with this bill, but I feel like it really could touch on so many other areas, Mr. Speaker, and I feel like there are a lot of missed opportunities here in terms of supporting women's health care, in terms of ensuring that we are supporting equitable access to birth control, that we are supporting equitable access to abortion, that we are ensuring that we are providing equitable access to women so that women's health concerns, and endometriosis was one of them that was mentioned, and I believe it's Endometriosis Awareness Month. There you go. I mean, this is a real concern. It's a concern that affects women. It's incredibly painful and difficult. It interferes with the quality of life in just about every aspect, from work to enjoyment of your home time. And it tends to be undertreated in our medical system. And it tends to particularly, again, be undertreated in women who are more marginalized. So for instance, women of color, Indigenous women, women of sort of lower incomes or lower education levels, because it often requires that the person go back to their medical professional over and over again with the same complaints before they receive treatment. And they're sometimes not taken as seriously as the health concerns that come forward from men. And so we need to, when our systems have these disproportionate impacts, we need to recognize the existence of those disproportionate impacts, and we need to do what we can to equalize things. That's why gender-based analysis plus is so important. Having that come forward when we were in government was, I think, always incredibly useful information, because it's not always immediately obvious on its face, especially if you're not super familiar with an area. It's not always immediately obvious what impacts a certain apparently neutral rule will have on different populations. So, yeah, I think that is my two main concerns with this bill are why there is no explicit exemption for trans health care, and whether we're very, very certain that this definition isn't going to catch that, because those are folks who really do not need any additional barriers, in fact, quite the opposite. And, you know, why these other women's health concerns are not addressed.
Good job, Danny. Thanks for
Thank you, honourable members. I see the honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak today to second reading of Bill 10, the Health Professions Protecting Women and Girls Amendment Act 2022. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this bill. I want to begin by saying, I think as my colleagues have already mentioned as well, that you know, we do support this bill. Certainly moving forward with any actions we can take to prevent, to address issues of female genital cutting are deeply important, and we support this bill. And happy to do so. And as I understand it, the bill does a few things. Of course, we do know that female genital mutilation is already contrary to the Criminal Code of Canada. I believe it's under Section 268 of the Criminal Code, which makes that specifically makes female genital cutting a criminal offense. And this bill purports to well, it does a few things. Of course, it adds a specific definition, as my colleagues have mentioned, for female genital mutilation. And actually, before I go further, Mr. Speaker, I should say I know that there is some difference in terminology that's sometimes used. The bill uses the terminology female genital mutilation. I have certainly heard and know that that I understand, at least, to be the case that a number of survivors would prefer to use the term female genital cutting. And actually, I note that that is one of the recommendations that I believe obstetricians and gynecologists give to when supporting women who have experienced this, is to respect the terminology of the survivor as to what they'd like to use. I'm a bit more comfortable myself using female genital cutting. That is, that's the terminology in which I had done some research and experience in my past on this issue, and I appreciate, though, that the bill actually provides a definition around female genital mutilation, and it describes it as the excision, infibulation, or mutilation in whole or in part of the labia majora, labia minora, clitoral hood, or clitoris of a person, except where valid consent is given. The bill also requires health workers to report cases of female genital cutting to both law enforcement and their professional regulatory bodies. So, of course, these are changes that are being made specifically to the Health Professions Act, and so it's really covering a number of health professions, not just physicians and surgeons, but, of course, all of the health professions, and I believe there's, if I can't remember exactly, I believe it's 62, is that, maybe that's a little high in terms of the number of health professions that are covered under this act. But it applies to all of those professions, and it does require that any health workers who have been convicted of FGM in any Canadian or international jurisdiction are prevented from basically practicing in their profession and from holding permits or professional licenses in Alberta. So again, I don't take issue with this bill. I understand this is the first, Alberta will be the first province bringing forward legislation like this. But I suppose that speaks to part of the questions I have around the necessity of the bill, and I'd love to have the mover of the bill bring forward sort of some information around, you know, how many occurrences do we know of female genital cutting happening in Alberta? Are there limitations with respect to the effectiveness of the criminal code provisions, because we do know, and I'm not entirely sure, I've done a little bit of a review of the Health Professions Act, but generally when a health professional has been convicted of certain provisions of the criminal code, they automatically can no longer practice. So I'm not sure if this is an addition to that. I know sometimes within the Health Professions Act, specific provisions of the criminal code are highlighted, and 268 does seem to be mentioned, I believe, once in the bill, or in the Health Professions Act. So I have a few questions about how much of an issue this is in Alberta. Now, I respectfully acknowledge that this may be an issue that we don't have a lot of data about, and specifically that is part of the concern around female genital cutting is that it does happen in the shadows, and we may not have a lot of data about it. So we may not be able to conclusively say whether or not it is a pressing issue in Alberta. But certainly to stand in solidarity, I suppose, with the idea that we completely condemn female genital cutting is appropriate, and I support that. However, I also do share the concerns raised by my colleague, the member from Calgary Mountain View, around how female genital mutilation is defined in here and whether or not it will inadvertently capture some medical procedures that may be part of a gender reassignment surgery. I'm not professing by any means to be an expert in the medical surgical aspects of such a surgery, but that is a question I have, because I would certainly anticipate that it is possible to consider that that it could be captured by how this bill defines female genital mutilation. And as my colleague mentioned, any potential increased barrier for trans individuals to access health care should be considered and wholly rejected, because we want to be very clear. We know that trans people already suffer significant barriers and challenges in accessing appropriate health care, and we would not want to be unintentionally, and I certainly hope there's no intention to do so, I don't perceive that there is, but we would not want to be unintentionally creating an additional barrier for trans people to seek healthcare services. And so I do hope that we will hear some conversation around that from the mover of the bill to understand a little bit further the protections that are in place. Now, I appreciate that the definition does include that there's an exception where valid consent is given. It's certainly, though, my concern that there's a perception that this is somehow, that a gender reaffirming surgery would somehow be considered captured by this definition. And we want to be very clear, and I believe we should be that clear in legislation to make sure that that is not captured by that. So I hope that we will have some conversation around that. You know, I've had the opportunity, like I know many members of this House, to travel the world and to experience and live in other countries even, and I did have the opportunity to spend a significant amount of time in South Africa, and that's where I got a little bit of an understanding and exposure to some of the discussions around female genital mutilation. But of course we know that those issues are not just issues that happen in other countries around the world, that they are concerns that we have here in Canada. But again, I am slightly concerned that we are focusing on this issue where there is already significant criminal code protections. We do know that there are also already requirements under the Health Professions Act that if a practitioner has committed and has been convicted of a criminal code offense, that they automatically lose their ability to continue to practice, and in many cases cannot be reinstated. And so this feels like an opportunity to really discuss other pressing issues around women's health. And I know my colleagues have spoken about that, but I think we need to speak about it, because of the issues that are pressing for women's health, I know of many women, and I've received many contacts and emails and messages from constituents and Albertans who have concerns about a lot of things when it comes to women's reproductive health. Not only accessing current services, and actually I'm struck by my colleague, the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood, might remember this. There was recently an excellent thread by a doctor, and I'm apologizing that I can't pull her name right now to my mind, because I do want to give her credit. But she did a great Twitter thread not too long ago talking about the limited access that women may have to, I always pronounce it wrong, methagamizo. And you know, this is an important drug that for many women is part of an important part of their reproductive health. And this is a drug that I'm proud that when we were in government, we supported it being covered because we knew it was important for women's reproductive health. It's an important drug, but this thread by this doctor, and I promised to find out her name and get back to the House on that. But she talked about how few pharmacists, for example, made that drug available.
Dr. Emma Harrington.
Dr. Emma Harrington. Thank you very much, the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood. It's Dr. Emma Harrington, and I want her to give her credit because she canvassed a number of pharmacies around Alberta to see whether or not those pharmacies made this drug available, and she was shocked to find out how few those pharmacies knew that it was available and made it available. And so when we talk about access to reproductive health services and treatment, we should be talking about this issue. This is a pressing issue that many women access and should be able to access, and yet in Alberta apparently it's not widely available. So that's something that we could certainly talk about. I'd also like to talk about, I know for women that I've known in my life, access to certain important surgeries, such as a hysterectomy, that's often very important, and even things such as, breast reductions. And I appreciate the member from Calgary Mountain View pointing out, I believe it was this government, had a report brought out, I believe it was the Ernst & Young report. There's been so many reports. It was before the pandemic, which talked about a number of surgeries and procedures that were deemed to be not medically necessary. And breast reductions, for example, was considered one that was not. And if any of you have experienced this or know women in your life who have experienced it, a breast reduction surgery is critically important to a woman's health. In many circumstances, it can alleviate significant pain and discomfort. There's many associated problems that go along with that challenge, and so that is certainly very important to women's health, is having access to breast reduction surgeries. And while we're talking about access for women's health, we have to talk about the surgery backlog, really, that so many Albertans are facing, and certainly Alberta women are facing. We know that the mismanagement by this government of the pandemic has resulted in tens of thousands of Albertans, including women, not having access to necessary treatments and procedures and surgeries. And that should be a top priority, I believe, for this government. I also want to talk a little bit about postpartum depression and anxiety. I know, when I look at the throne speech for this government, there seemed to be a lot of focus on women reproducing and up until the point of having a baby, but not as much conversation about medical health supports and mental health supports that are necessary after a child is born, not only for the mother and even the father, but also for children. And so I think we should be talking about greater access to mental health supports for women, for example, who are experiencing postpartum depression or anxiety, a very common issue that can negatively impact not only the woman's health, but also the baby's health and a family's health and well-being. So these are the kinds of issues that I believe should be raised and should be highlighted. I also want to talk about, we do understand that female genital cutting may exist in the shadows. We may not have a lot of data about it, and that speaks to how important it is to collect good data. And I think I'm very proud that my colleague, the member from Edmonton City Centre, has brought forward a private member's bill that I'm very much looking forward to debating in this legislature, and it will hopefully have the support of all members of this House, to collect race-based data in all areas of services that government delivers, and that includes healthcare. And that can help us inform, I believe, some of the practices and supports highlight those communities, those individuals, those racialized individuals who may need additional supports. And so when we see this bill come forward, I hope that means that there will be some support for this private member's bill, which will really speak to helping to get into that data that may be living in the shadows. Let's try to focus on trying to pull out all those pieces of information, because that's important to develop strong policies and practices going forward, and legislation, and making funding decisions. Yeah. Again, it also speaks to why gender-based analysis is critically important, so that we know that when policies and legislation and funding decisions are made that appear to be neutral, they may not be neutral in their impact. And that consideration should be made before those policy decisions are made. So I think that this bill appears to be a fine bill. There's a number of questions that I think myself and my colleagues have raised that I really do hope that we will have an opportunity to discuss further in this House. But I also hope that we will see this bill as an opportunity to consider other serious health concerns that women face in this province, and how we can address those. It's not just about funding, it is about data. And I very much welcome that the members of the official opposition believe strongly in evidence and data-based decisions, and making decisions based on what we know will best serve the people it's intended to serve. And so I see this as an opportunity to really get into those issues of race-based data. Maybe it will reopen a critically important conversation in this House around gender-based analysis. because I think we're doing a disservice to the women of this province when we fail to consider their lived experiences and the impacts of policies and funding decisions that are being made on them, simply because it's an oversight by this government. It is important for intersectional work as well. I feel it's important that we talk about that, especially in the context of female genital cutting. We are talking about often talking about intersectionality. We're talking about how race and gender and sexual orientation and sexual identity and income and ability are all come together. And my understanding is the intent of this bill is to really protect. And if we are hoping to protect, we need to consider all the various identities and vulnerabilities that people experience and women experience. And I hope to have a fulsome conversation and to hear from the movers of the bill some questions around the necessity of this particular bill, how many women and girls does it hope to protect, and I hope to have a really good discussion about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join in the debate on Bill 10, Health Professions Protecting Women and Girls Amendment Act 2022, its second reading. And I want to thank all of my colleagues this afternoon who have spoken before me on this important piece of legislation. And certainly I'd like to begin by just stating my support for Bill 10 as a piece of legislation that I will be pleased to vote for in this Assembly. Mr. Speaker, Bill 10, just to quickly summarize what we are doing in this piece of legislation, is going to enhance the protections for women and girls against the practice of female genital mutilation, which is defined in this legislation. And as my colleagues have, I will begin my remarks by simply saying that the topics we are covering in this bill debate are very sensitive and potentially triggering for those who may be listening, because we know that there are women and girls here in Alberta who have been subject to this practice, and family and friends who love them who may also be impacted by this. But even just hearing these topics discussed can certainly be really upsetting, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about something very, very damaging, very sensitive at this point. The Bill 10, as announced by this government, would do a few different things. It will ensure health professionals who are convicted of performing, offering, or facilitating female genital mutilation in Alberta will be removed from the practice. Bill 10 will prohibit individuals convicted of this crime elsewhere from practicing in Alberta. And Bill 10 will require health profession regulatory colleges to adopt standards of practice, including education, awareness, prevention, and sensitivity training to better support the physical and mental health of women and girls who may have undergone female genital mutilation. Now, it does that in part by starting off with a definition of what female genital mutilation means. As my colleagues have noted, I will also note that sometimes the language can change when we're talking about this issue. The Act talks about female genital mutilation. It's often referred to as female genital cutting as well. And it is internationally recognized as a human rights violation, Mr. Speaker. FGM denies women and girls their right to health, security, physical and emotional integrity. And it violates their right to be free from torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. And certainly we know that this practice is incredibly physically damaging, up to and including it can kill the women and girls who are forced to undergo FGM. Now, since May 1997, female genital mutilation has been against the law in Canada and is in the Criminal Code of Canada. Now, I would point out to this Assembly, and I believe that it has been stated by the mover of the bill, which let me pause to simply say thank you to the member from Chestermere Strathmore for bringing forward this bill, for the work that she has been doing on this issue. I know she has spoken with hundreds of women and has been consulting and raising awareness on this issue for quite some time. Certainly the 7 years that we've been colleagues in the Legislative Assembly, I know this has been a topic that she has been incredibly passionate about and has been speaking about. That member has done an incredible amount of work on this, as well as not just Bill 10, but also in creating and recognizing the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation on February 6th, a day to recognize the practice, to raise awareness, to commit to efforts to prevent further victims of FGM. And now, today, we have the legislation in front of us for debate. I mentioned the Criminal Code of Canada before I was struck that I needed to thank the mover of the bill, because my understanding is that we have not seen cases of physicians practicing in Alberta, but one of the things that we know happens is young girls being sent out of Canada for FGM to be performed and then being brought back here, where certainly health professionals need to know how to support them. But I also want to mention that I understand the Criminal Code of Canada can be used to control the transportation of female children who are being moved out of the country for the purposes of obtaining FGM. So knowing that the Criminal Code of Canada has provisions that have been protecting women and girls from this, I think is very, very important. And anyone in Canada who is convicted of mutilating female genitalia faces a prison sentence of up to 14 years. As my colleague from Calgary Mountain View mentioned, that particularly when we're trying to curb behavior, we're trying to eliminate a dangerous practice that threatens the health of women and girls, having multiple legislative avenues to do that. So while the Criminal Code of Canada exists and does make illegal these practices, including transporting women and girls out of the country to have this done, we know the practice still does exist and does happen, and we need to acknowledge that, and I think Bill 10 moves us forward in the steps to preventing and supporting the women and girls who've had their human rights violated. Now, certainly female genital mutilation is primarily a method of sexual control, and we see it quite often as a manifestation of deeply entrenched gender inequality. And so with the changes that are in Bill 10, the requirement to have health profession regulatory colleges adopt standards of practice that include education, awareness, prevention, and sensitivity training to better support the physical and mental health of women and girls, I see this as a very positive thing. Now, I know that the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta have had standards of practice forbidding the practice of FGM since, I believe, the 90s. So certainly this is an issue that some of our health profession associations and regulatory colleges have been aware of. One of the questions that I have, perhaps for the mover of the bill or one of the government ministers, is I'm curious if we've asked all of the health profession regulatory colleges that will be impacted by this bill, what the current state of their awareness, prevention, and sensitivity training is. I'm very curious the size of the impact that Bill 10 will have. Will this assist to reinforce the importance of things that are already in place? Will regulatory colleges and others impacted be needing to create new procedures, practice, and materials from scratch? And that's something that I hope to learn as we join into the debate through this process, and particularly as we get into Committee of the Whole and we're able to do a bit more of going back and forth. Because it's clear to me in doing some initial research on Bill 10 and trying to understand the impact of this piece of legislation, that this is an issue that Canada and our Canadian mental health system has been aware of and taking steps to try to address for some time. And I'm very, very curious to know more about how that has impacted each of the different health profession regulatory colleges throughout Alberta. Now, there are some additional questions that we have as we go into this debate, including what tools and resources will be provided to women and their health providers when they identify need for supports, when they have experienced female genital cutting or genital mutilation. I note from research done by the Opposition Caucus that there have been guidelines provided for female genital cutting here in Canada through the Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology, recommendations that include things like making sure that healthcare providers are careful not to stigmatize women who've undergone female genital cutting, even just things like making sure you understand the language that the person who's had this happen to is using and adapt their language in talking about it. As I read more about FGM and think about Bill 10, I think it's very clear that the stigma can be crippling and is a major factor when it comes to these women and girls seeking out health care. And so it's really important that our healthcare professions and professionals are well trained and resourced and know how to support women and girls that this has happened to. Certainly making sure that we are all advocating for the availability of and access to appropriate supports and counseling services, I think should be a part of the conversation that we have around Bill 10. And some of my colleagues have talked about the challenges our healthcare system has been going through, particularly with the pandemic. I'm curious, under that context, if women and girls impacted by FGM, I imagine, as all of our healthcare system has been disrupted, that their access to healthcare may have been disrupted as well. I am not aware of any cases where FGM has taken place in Alberta or any charges related to, but that is certainly something I'd be curious to hear more about as we go through the debate and find out more. Currently, my understanding is healthcare workers need to report cases of FGM to their professional regulatory body, and my understanding is with Bill 10, we will now ensure that all the health professionals will be required to report to law enforcement as well. And certainly anyone found to have performed this will not be allowed to practice in Alberta going forward. So there's certainly a great deal of discussion about the issues around FGM and female genital cutting through the debate on Bill 10. And I appreciate that everyone appears to be approaching this debate in a very sensitive way and to be trying to reflect the respect that we have for this conversation and the importance of the topic that is under debate. Again, I will reiterate my support for this piece of legislation. That being said, I do want to echo some of the comments my colleagues have made around the important, critically important need to support all aspects of women's health and the challenges that women have been experiencing through the COVID-19 pandemic when it comes to accessing important services, everything from basic health care to birth control to oncology supports. Certainly we've seen a disruption to our healthcare system that's impacted women to a strong degree. So I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to speak to Bill 10, to offer my support, to put on the record some of the questions that I have for the mover of this bill and or the government ministers who are working to support this move forward. Thank those within the government of Alberta who've worked on this issue. And I look forward to hearing more debate as this bill continues to proceed. I hope that it is going to have the positive impact with which it was drafted and introduced. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate as proposed by the honourable member, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Deputy Government Whip has risen.
Mr. Speaker, as we continue on to this debate, I actually was wondering, am I able now to move to adjourn debate? Is that, we can do that again successively? Can I move? I move to adjourn debate.
Sorry? As is sometimes the case in committee of the whole, often there is an intervening proceeding with regards to this. Therefore, no, you cannot, but you may speak to it. And then perhaps somebody after would look to adjourn debate. I see the Deputy Government Whip has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate all the debate this afternoon as we work through a topic around female genital mutilation, or how Edmonton Whitemud brought up female genital cutting, and to make sure that we are not only identifying...
Intervention? Yes. Yes, thank you very much to my good friend speaking. I was just hoping perhaps he can maybe elaborate on some of his experience and contacts in his professional environment before, and tell a little bit about his experience working obviously with some of these more critical female issues in his previous line of work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for the intervention and the question around my 10 years in law enforcement. And yes, I did respond to a number of calls regarding people who are being human trafficking, domestic violence, people who were sexually assaulted, abused, child abuse, you name it. Everything that could exist, unfortunately. I am not going to get into those personal stories or details, Mr. Speaker, as they are, for those individuals, a sensitive matter. They can be talked about, broadly, but I would resist wanting to bring up their personal stories that they shared with me, and expected me to treat respectfully as well. So I thank you for the intervention and for asking about that, Mr. Speaker, and I will relinquish the rest of my time.
I see the honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland has risen.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Speaker, and to the prior speaker here as well. Appreciate that. And as a father of 3 young girls, I think that this legislation, I think every group can agree to this, that it's very important. And it's terrible that these things have to take place, but it's good that we can come together on items like this in the House and close it. And with it, that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close debate. Move to adjourn debate.
I think I knew what you were getting at. So all those members in favour of adjourning debate as proposed by the honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 11, Continuing Care Act, Honourable Mr. Copping.
I see the Honourable Minister of Health has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise and move second reading of Bill 11, the Continuing Care Act. Mr. Speaker, for years now, Albertans have asked the Ministry of Health to re-examine our continuing care legislation and address challenges in the system. We've made a commitment in early 2020 that we would review the legislation and address those concerns. This review led to the development of the new Continuing Care Act, which I am proud to move forward today. The proposed legislation establishes a framework, a much-needed first step to transform our province's entire continuing care system. It will enable a modern, flexible approach to home and community care, supportive living accommodations, and continuing care homes that will serve Albertans now and into the future. It will provide a foundation for enhancing the quality of life Albertans have in continuing care. The Act would create a system, will create system-wide efficiency and improve service delivery for Albertans. It will also support the health system accountability and sustainability. Without this new Act, we risk gaps and inconsistencies that remain in current legislation, and we would be unable to make transformational shifts required for system improvement. Our current continuing care legislation dates back, in some cases, to 1985, and includes contents in 6 acts, 6 regulations, and 3 sets of standards. As of today, what we know about continuing care service delivery is that it has evolved over time. Our legislation needs to catch up to a modern world. Existing legislative requirements do not effectively reflect present-day practices, services, or settings, nor does it adequately reflect the changing needs and expectations of Albertans. Albertans have told us they want new client-focused models of care. The Act would enable this to happen going forward. Provisions in our existing legislation are outdated and fragmented. They add layers of complexity and inconsistency how the continuing care system is governed. The COVID-19 pandemic also revealed these system gaps. The proposed legislation will address these limitations in our existing laws and bring them up to date in one streamlined act. This new legislation will help transform the continuing care system to reflect the importance of resident and client quality of life and a person-centered approach to care and services. It will enable shifts to expand home and community care, improve care within continuing care homes, and in other settings as well. The intent is to create enduring legislation that will enable and support responsiveness to changing system demands and context now and into the future. While much of the details will be in the regulation and standards with respect to service provision, as it is done today, staffing and other operational content, the Act itself contains significant content on compliance, monitoring, and enforcement. The intent is that while there will be flexibility in the continuing care system through regulations and standards, there is strong oversight and authority for the ministry to ensure compliance to legislative requirements, including standards, and that will be in the Act. Having one overarching piece of legislation will provide consistency and alignment across our entire continuing care system. It will establish clear and consistent authority and oversight for the licensing, accommodations, and delivery of publicly funded health care in the continuing care system. And it will allow us to support the implementation of recommended actions identified in our reviews of continuing care homes and palliative and end-of-life care. The proposed legislation will strengthen system sustainability for years to come. I'm also proud to say that if this Act is passed, Alberta will be the only province in the country with integrated legislation for its entire continuing care system. But more importantly, we are doing this for Albertans. The new legislation supports our larger commitment to Albertans to increase access to continuing care and meet demands on the system over the next decade and beyond. As indicated in Budget 22, Mr. Speaker, we're creating 1,500 new spaces in the coming year alone with that funding increase, but we need to do much more. Our review of continuing care showed that the demand on our system will increase by 60% by 2030. At the same time, we should be helping more clients living independently for longer to avoid or delay admission to a facility. That's better care for the client. It's a better use of resources, so we can serve more clients. The review recommended increasing long-term home care from the current 30% of total clients to 40% by 2030. We're starting that strategic shift now with more funding for home care this year, and Mr. Speaker, it is just the beginning. We're strengthening our continuing care system to meet the challenges of the next decade and beyond through this legislation, the review, and the funding in Budget 22. Therefore, I move second reading of the Continuing Care Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to second reading of Bill 11, the Continuing Care Act, and I appreciate the brief synopsis from the Minister, laying out what he is looking to achieve with this legislation. So certainly I think all of us as members in this House have heard from constituents about concerns with the continuing care system and indeed care for seniors in the province of Alberta. This, as the Minister noted, this is a growing concern. We have an aging population. We are expecting to see an increasing demand on capacity in that system. And certainly we have all seen that there are real concerns with some respects in how that care is provided and what is available and what is accessible. And certainly we have seen some of those cracks in that system in much more vivid detail under the pressure that's been put on it through the COVID-19 pandemic. Certainly this government has been ambitious in its promises and the commitments that it has put forward and said that it was going to make, and the action that it said it was going to take. And this is the first opportunity that we have to review actual action from this government in terms of following through on those commitments. Now, the minister talked about the facility-based continuing care review, a review that was completed in April of 2021 and then made public in May of 2021. That report laid out 11 policy directions, 42 recommendations. As the minister noted, one of the key commitments, recommendations in that review was to shift the current share of 61% long-term care residents and 39% in facility-based care to be a ratio instead of 70% home care and 30% facility care. So certainly that is an incredibly ambitious goal, Mr. Speaker, but certainly one I understand and support. As the minister just said, certainly supporting more seniors to live independently in the community as opposed to in a facility provides a better quality of life for those seniors, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And that in turn will have a significant impact on their continuing health. And it certainly should be achievable at a lower cost to the system overall. So certainly I'm in agreement there. Indeed, that report projected that the shift could save about $452 million annually, which it then recommended should be redirected to increasing direct hours of care in long-term care to 4.5 hours a day, and also increasing the hours of direct care for designated supportive living as well. Now, the former Minister of Health said of those 42 recommendations, there were some he could act on immediately, others that would need to develop an action plan, others that would require some further study. But what we heard from the government at that time was that the recommendations on staffing and hours of direct care would be reviewed over the summer and acted on in the fall. So things were delayed, and admittedly, I recognize, of course, that the COVID-19 pandemic likely had some impacts on that, and certainly we have had robust debate, and I have made much comment about what role the government played in the severity of that and how that, and the, I guess, length of that delay and how that might have played out in this, but I'm not going to go into that again here. But what I can say is we find ourselves here now with this government's piece of legislation specifically to follow through on these commitments, but we see nothing here about those particular issues. We see nothing about the recommendations on staffing. We see nothing here about the recommendations on hours of direct care. Now, I recognize that in listening to the minister as he just opened second reading here, he stated that staffing and other operational content will be in the regulations. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate indeed there are many things that need to be done through regulations, and indeed, for example, I know with my own private member's bill, which I am bringing forward, certainly there's a lot that I've got in there to say that would be taken care of in the regulations, say around setting data standards for the collection of race-based data. The reason for that being is that would require considerable consultation, and certainly with racialized communities in particular who do not have a long history of trust in government in handling information about them. In this case, we have had the entire review which was conducted and the recommendations that have come forward, and indeed the government has had time since then to do some robust consultation. But yet we see nothing here about the specifics on that. We see that the government does not seem to be in a position to actually make any statements or take any action or indeed make any commitments on a significant piece of what's required, I think, to make reforms in our continuing care system, and indeed on an area that has been the subject of, I think, the majority of the concerns that I've certainly heard brought forward. I see the minister would like to intervene. I'm happy to give way.
Thank you very much to the honourable member, and the honourable member raises some very good questions. I just want to take a moment just to respond to some of those, and I'm sure there we'll have the opportunity for more debate as we actually talk about with Bill 11. And the honourable member was quite correct that the FBCC review was done. My predecessor was examining through that. Changes happened, and the honourable member also.
However, it's come to my attention that this is actually only just the second speaker. Therefore, the second speaker is given the opportunity for the full 20 minutes themselves. So I will pass it back to the honourable member for Edmonton City Centre. Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. And I look forward to the opportunity for some more collegial interaction, I guess, at further stages of debate on the bill. But as I was saying, certainly I have some concerns that we are not seeing clear information here about what the government's intentions are in terms of fulfilling some of these extremely important aspects, I think, of the review. And as I was saying, the concerns that have been brought forward to me as an MLA have certainly often been around the direct number of hours of care that residents of continuing care and designated supportive living are receiving. And indeed, the concern has been that particularly in privately owned and operated facilities, the drive to ensure the profit that's needed to be for the stakeholders can often come at the expense of care for the residents. So certainly I think a number of Albertans would really like to see some more robust information from this government about their intent. And certainly, again, putting things in the regulation, I can appreciate when that is necessary and functional at times, but we also recognize that that means those pieces are much more easy for government to make changes to without having to come before the legislature, without having to even necessarily be overly transparent about doing so. And when it comes to things like staffing ratios or hours of care and other things that are of very real concern to many Albertans about their loved ones in care, those are things I think that Albertans would like to see very clearly codified and requiring perhaps more scrutiny for government to make future changes to once those commitments have been enshrined. But I won't belabor that point, certainly particularly given that the minister is not able to rise and respond at this time. And I will look forward perhaps to an opportunity to hear from him further on his reasoning for doing this within the regulation process. I'd be interested to hear what is going to be involved in that. Indeed, if there is further consultation that will be required then before they can move forward with those regulations, and indeed the timelines that might be involved in that. I think those would be some of the pieces that Albertans would be interested in hearing about as they consider what this government's actions and steps in regards to this legislation are going to be. I appreciate the minister spoke of additional funding that they are providing for home care. And certainly, again, that is incredibly important. I would note that also within the legislation, it spoke of the need to increase staffing. Nearly, the review mentions that close to 6,000 more staff would need to be hired in order to meet what they are recommending for proper staffing to provide the level of care that should be provided for Albertans within the continuing care system. So that is a significant number of staff, Mr. Speaker. And we know already we are still facing constraints within our system, I think for a number of reasons, certainly a large part of that being the exhaustion of our healthcare staff throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And we saw the effects of that beginning last spring as we were still just coming out of the third wave before we went into the best summer ever, and the deep, deep impacts of this government's neglect in the fourth wave. And certainly we know that we have had care facilities such as the Galahad Seniors Care Center, which still remains closed. 20 seniors who have been displaced for coming up now on 1 year because of a lack of nursing staff to be able to provide care. So certainly as we are looking forward, I think we need to hear more from the government about what their intents are to meet this need. And certainly I appreciated the opportunity I had to discuss this with the minister to some extent during the estimates process and also with the Minister of Advanced Education. And I am pleased to hear that they are indeed taking some action to try to open up more nursing seats and opportunities for that training around the province. And I certainly appreciate their efforts to consider how that could be done in rural communities, as was brought forward by the member for Bonnyville-Cold Lake in his motion on Monday, recognizing that that is an essential part of ensuring that as we train these folks, we have the folks to help provide that care in rural areas, and indeed recognizing that we have seniors across the province, and we certainly, again, want to ensure those seniors can remain in their communities as long as possible, whether that's independently or whether that's in the continuing care system. But certainly, I think a number of the other actions that have been taken by this government certainly are not going to help with hiring that nearly 6,000 full-time equivalents that's going to be required to be able to provide the level of care that's going to be needed. And while I certainly appreciate that they eventually arrived at a mediated settlement, which provided some increases for nurses in the province of Alberta, that was hard fought and hard won, and certainly came as this government spent a significant period attempting to grind nurses down, requesting wage rollbacks of up to 5% in the midst of the ramp-up of the fourth wave. So I have to say, Mr. Speaker, while again I appreciate how legislation functions, I appreciate the need of regulation, I appreciate the complexity of the pieces that are moving here, there is a significant deficit of trust between Albertans and this government when it comes to the operation of our healthcare system. And certainly on something so important and so essential as the care of seniors, our elders, our family, our loved ones, Albertans are going to have a lot of questions for what this government intends to do. And certainly this is a government we know that has had a serious deficit of transparency. And we have seen them attempt to move things through quietly in regulation in the dead of night, as we saw with coal mining in the eastern slopes, which the government then spent well over a year and a half or so attempting to tap dance around before half-heartedly finally accepting the results of the committee that they put together to try to take the heat off the issue, and still, Mr. Speaker, have refused to actually put that in legislation because they are rather fond of always leaving themselves a back door to try to get around what Albertans actually want them to do and exit from their commitments. So again, a reason why within this legislation, while I can appreciate some of the steps they are looking to take, Albertans have good reason to question and want to see a lot more specifics up front. I have nothing against the overall housekeeping intent of the bill, and I recognize that Alberta is taking leadership, as the minister noted, in integrating the legislation, certainly having everything together in one place. I have no issue with that. That is reasonable and practicable, but that does not in and of itself address some very real and concrete issues that we know exist within our long-term care system. And certainly, I can appreciate why I think indeed many healthcare providers would be questioning this government on their intent and what their plans are when we consider even just how through the pandemic the impacts that had on our long-term care system. Because remembering, Mr. Speaker, that one of the biggest challenges we have in access to continuing care is indeed that access to beds, which leaves individuals that are stuck in beds in acute care in hospital, because the beds in continuing care are not available. And I know from speaking with frontline health professionals that during several stages of the pandemic, that problem was deeply exacerbated by the fact that we had outbreaks and other situations which made it impossible to transfer people out of acute care into continuing care or other seniors facilities. And again, as I have gone on at length, and I'm sure members would appreciate if I did not go into detail on again, but this government repeatedly chose to act last and act least on this pandemic, which made those waves worse, which exacerbated the pressure on all aspects of our healthcare system, including long-term care. So I think there will be a number of questions that we'll be continuing to ask, and certainly I do look forward to the opportunity when the minister is able to intervene to hear his thoughts on the record. But certainly we will be, I think, asking about the other recommendations from the facility-based continuing care review, why this government is choosing to delay on taking actions on those or choosing to wait until these pieces in regulation, particularly given, Mr. Speaker, that we know we are approaching the next election. And we have to recognize the reality that as we get closer to an election, governments in general are able to do less in terms of concrete detail, certainly significant action. And certainly we have seen how caught up this government and its members are in their own internal political drama already. So one has to question how much capacity this government is actually going to have to follow through on the commitments that it says are going to be in the regulation, but again, which we do not have in any significant detail for the actual scrutiny of this House. So we will have questions, indeed, about the amounts, what actions they're going to be taken to increase the amount of home care provided to work towards that ratio that has been laid out in the facility care review. We will certainly have some questions about what steps this government intends to bring into place to improve the working conditions for continuing care staff. Because again, Mr. Speaker, one of the big issues we have had, and again, this is largely in the privately owned and operated seniors care facilities, is that we have a large number of staff who are unable to get full-time hours at a single position. So they are left having to cobble together an assortment of part-time hours with no benefits at low wages, which, as we saw in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, significantly compromised the safety and health of seniors in the province of Alberta. And we have seen this government take no action to address this. We have seen the government make no comment on the record so far if they intend to take any steps to address that. And indeed, what we have seen from this government instead is that they have a seeming drive to increase the amount of private profit in our public health care system, which I believe would only exacerbate this problem further. So certainly we would be interested to hear more from the government about their intent there and how they intend to go about increasing the number of full-time staff, because, Mr. Speaker, I think we all in this House should be in agreement that the folks who provide care to the elders in the province of Alberta, those who built this province, our own family and loved ones, deserve to be able to make a full-time wage with benefits. We're certainly going to have some questions. You know, certainly I think some of these questions would be helpful if the government simply shared the consultation report on this bill itself. Given that there are these moving pieces, there are all of these commitments this government has made, and indeed, at some point, I imagine when the minister is able to intervene or speak again, he will likely lay out why he feels this needs to go to regulation, or at least so many pieces of it do, or other actions. But certainly having access to the actual feedback he received, the consultations he undertook that brought him here would certainly help, I think, in debate and consideration of this bill, certainly in building trust in this government in their intent as it moves forward. That said, we are in early stages of debate on this bill, and as I said, there is a lot of information that isn't quite here. There's certainly a lot of broader commitments that have been made by the minister, and certainly he has so far only had a brief introduction and second reading to lay out his intent. So I look forward to hearing from him further and certainly having the opportunity to dig further into this bill myself. We'll be doing some of our own consultation with our stakeholders, and I look forward to further debate on Bill 11.
Honourable members, second reading of Bill 11, Continuing Care Act. Are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to rise to speak to the Continuing Care Act. I'll note off the top, Mr. Speaker, that all of us have had or do have parents and grandparents, and all of us in the House are at least of a certain age where they may be getting on in age, and it's a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that is germane to everybody's life in this province, and it's something that is something we hold very dear to all our hearts, and that is the long-term care of our senior population. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, they're in our long-term care facilities, often unspoken about very much, is the number of individuals who were there at a younger age receiving care for any number of long-term or chronic issues that they might face and require them to be in a long-term care facility or require long-term care on an ongoing basis from a younger age. So let us not forget that it's not only seniors who form the bulk of the individuals who receive long-term care. It is also a significant number of younger people who are also involved in receiving the benefits under the Continuing Care Act that is contemplated by Bill 11. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, as we continue debate on Bill 11, if we might always keep in mind what the minister stated as a central and core objective of the legislation. An underlying approach would be, as he termed it, a person-centered approach, which was their objective or goal in framing this legislation. And we'll put this legislation to that test, Mr. Speaker, as we continue on debate in second reading and future readings as well. It comes to my mind that there are, I think, a number of things that anyone in this province who has an elderly parent or somebody who is in care, and that is the person-centered care approach that one would always like to see put in place. I had spoken in this House about some of my earlier involvement in the long-term care world as a nursing orderly trainee at a young age of 17, working in the geriatric ward of the old Colonel Newborn nursing home, as we would call it then. And also, of course, now later on in life, looking after now passed on grandparents and great-grandparents. And every family will face this prospect as we see our loved ones grow in age, or as we have somebody who requires permanent long-term care assistance. So the amalgamation of various different components of long-term care into this Continuing Care Act and under the one rubric is not something necessarily that one would oppose in and of itself, but it certainly bears scrutiny. And whether or not the amalgamation process that this Act undertakes is in and of itself something that was necessary is, I think, a question that is fair to ask. You know, the UCP during the pandemic has failed our long-term care residents, and 1,600 continuing care residents passed away from COVID-19. And that's a tragedy that is not lost on anybody in this province. Mr. Speaker, just doing a short calculation, it's a horrendous amount of people passed away unnecessarily and probably as a direct result of COVID-19, and many of them would still be alive even if they had other chronic conditions. And that is one of the reasons I believe that the government is undertaking a close look at continuing care in this province, and rightly so. But whether or not this bill will address the failings of the long-term care situation in this province during the pandemic is something that we'll try to ascertain in our discussions throughout the debate of this bill. Now, one of the major elements, Mr. Speaker, that I've seen that have jumped out at me is something that maybe contravenes the minister's claim that this is a person-centered approach to long-term care is found in the transition, let's say, or the stated objective or the goal the government has to increase the number of individuals who are receiving care in long-term situations versus through home care. And the minister's stated goal is that they would be looking to replace or looking to have a shift, a significant shift of about 9%, an overarching goal to have a shift from continuing care to home care. So specifically, The goal is to shift the current share of 61% long-term home care residents and 39% family-based care residents to become 70% home care, 30% facility care, a 9% shift. Now, on the face of it, Mr. Speaker, that may be something that's a laudable goal. Of course, most people want to live at home as long as they possibly can, provided their physical functions and mental capacities and so forth and family abilities allows them to do that, even with assistance and help that may be provided through government home care. That's a significant number of people, though, a 9% shift from the current 70% home care to a 30% facility care. So in looking at that, the government has said there will be a saving of $452 million a year, like close to $500 million a year, which they would redirect to long-term care, increasing direct hours of long-term care. A laudable goal in and of itself. However, indeed, the devil's often in the details. So if you're looking at extracting $452 million and having that money available, it's coming from somewheres. So is it actually something that's going to be a savings to the government, or is it just a download onto the families of individuals who will now be expected to pay the difference in the long-term care of their loved one at home? So it will most likely end up being a significant privatization effort on the part of the government. And this is where they expect, I believe, their savings to come through. It will come through the lower wages that individuals might receive working in home care versus what you'll see in a long-term care facility where you may have public servants working and serving the individual family members who happen to be in the long-term care. So I really have a significant amount of concern, Mr. Speaker, about this so-called shift of residents from long-term care facilities or government facilities into a home care situation. I don't imagine the government is going to be looking to move people who are in long-term care right now into a family situation unless that is something that's possible to do. But over time and gradually, this is their effort, is to shift away from a long-term care situation. And my concern, Mr. Speaker, is this is being done with the priority in mind of saving money and not necessarily realizing or giving full value to the burden that it may be placing on families. So indeed, I'd be concerned if the government was looking to counsel families to opt for a situation of home care, which may save the government money, but may not necessarily be a workable solution for a family who would dearly love to have their loved one live with them, but doesn't necessarily trust that they're going to end up being supported as well as they need to be if the family member does actually stay at home receiving home care. Because once again, the devil's in the details. There's an assessment that will be done, of course, to determine how much money an individual in home care receives in support so that they are assisted and are able to function in the home. And it's a debatable point, Mr. Speaker, as to whether or not the rules will be tilted in such a way that make it difficult for the hours of care that an individual needs at home are actually adequate, and that the shortfall, the burden, the extra burden of care will be shifted onto the family members in a way that they are really not capable of adopting, but the government is encouraging that to save money. So it is, I think, a valid question, Mr. Speaker, to ask, will family members be faced with a difficult situation where the government is hoping to encourage them to avoid a long-term care institutional situation and opt for a home care situation, yet until that family actually experiences the amount of money they'll get in support, or how many hours of care they can expect in support, and how much indeed it's useful, I think it's something useful to ask. So I see the Minister wishing to intervene. I happily give way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for raising some of those issues, and some of them I'm happy to speak to as we go through the debate. I recognize it's this is a new act. It's just being seen and assessed by members of this House, and I greatly appreciate the members on all sides understanding the importance as we move forward for this. So on a couple of issues, I fully appreciate that the act is just that. It's a framework. And it's just that a framework. A lot of the items that the honourable member is speaking to in regards to the specific levels of care, the hours of care, how that care specifically is going to be provided, will be in the regulations, Mr. Speaker. We've already started working through the regulations with continuing care providers and community care and home care providers, all of the above, recognizing that we need to make the transformation, and this is the first step. One of the advantages. I'd like to point out to the honourable member in the preamble where there's a lot of detail which actually focuses on what's important.
Maybe perhaps the honourable member would offer you the opportunity to intervene again, in which you would have another additional minute. The honourable member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd invite the input of the Minister at a future point in debate, as well as you have other interventions to make and bring some greater detail to the subject at hand. So I once again will express my concerns, though, and I realize that there will be regulations governing much of the questions that I'm asking about. But these are concerns, Mr. Speaker, that are something that any Minister of Health who's bringing in such a piece of legislation regarding the care of our seniors in particular had better pay attention to, because it's a very, very sensitive matter and something that every voter in this province and their grandchildren will want to know is very, very carefully being treated as a person-centered matter, as the Minister claims. If indeed there is a hint that there's services are being downloaded to families who are possibly ill-equipped to handle them, or will be unfairly burdened, or won't be properly compensated to allow them to provide the services in a home care situation that their family member needs, there will be a huge outcry, Mr. Speaker, because we all know there's a plethora of studies that are done to show how burned out, particularly now, that home care providers and family members who are providers of services to individuals who need care at home, how burned out they are feeling. And it's not a situation that is one that it needs the compassion of everybody here in this legislature to understand that certainly everybody wants to be living it at home or with family members as long as possible, but that costs money there too, and it shouldn't be something just downloaded. So, Minister indicates he wishes to intervene. I happily give way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to keep my comments within a 60-second time frame. Mr. Speaker, I greatly appreciate the comments of the honourable member who is raising concerns about the support of family members and friends who are critical to supporting our seniors and those with needs who are going to be looked after in this space. I'd like to point out to the preamble where one of the key elements is whereas family and friends who act as caregivers play a significant role in the lives of continuing care residents. Mr. Speaker, we are recognizing that in the preamble. And one thing about this act, what it does is it actually pulls in not only continuing care, but home care and designated service living, all these acts in different places into one place. Now, much of the detail that the honourable member is looking for is in regulations. I would like to point out that they're already in regulations today, but as part of our commitment to additional home care we see in Budget 22, and our response to the FBCC will be able to provide more details at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that information. Now, given the $452 million savings that the Minister is claiming that this shift would save annually, I'm certainly looking forward to a breakdown of that number, Mr. Speaker, to see exactly where those savings occur and what shortfall, if any, in care as a result of that savings, of that $452 million, nearly $500 million taken out of the system. Who's making that up? Is the burden being placed on families, or are there going to be fewer services offered? Will there be criteria that make it difficult for a family member to qualify for the same level of services that they've received while in long-term care? So it begs the question, if there's a savings of that amount, what is the breakdown? How are those savings happening? Is it because you're not using a professional labor force in a long-term care facility that costs more than somebody you might hire in your home? Is that indeed where that saving happens? That's something I think the public would know. Mr. Speaker, the
If I can provide a direct answer to that question. So I assume you're referring to the FBCC report, and really what so the honourable member knows is that there is currently right now about 20% ballpark of individuals who go into continuing care setting in a congregate care setting don't actually need to be there if they had more support at home. But it is actually more expensive for them in the continuing care setting because, quite frankly, the reason that they're there is because they don't either have supports for providing food, whether it be shoveling snow. It's that type of thing. They don't actually quite need the level of healthcare support. So if we can keep them at home longer, then there'll actually be savings. But so the honourable member knows this, that the overall cost to the system will actually be going up, right? So it's a savings of, if we don't change the model, right, those costs are actually going to be higher. But the reality is we'll need to put more money into this model for continuing care and to provide care for individuals at home. But the savings is by shifting the model, and we're going to reinvest that into health for Albertans.
The honourable member has 1:40 remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's remarks, and I do believe he does have the best interest of the humanity at heart of our seniors and those in long-term care under his jurisdiction. However, sometimes when creating new mechanisms, it's not the Minister's heart that's involved in it, it's the Treasury Board and Finance Minister's knife that gets involved. And those two are connected cross purposes, and I want to make sure that the Minister knows that those family members who are receiving care right now, or who are other family members of those who are receiving the care, that there's no wrath that is greater than a family member who feels that their senior citizen has been wronged. And I think that we can count on the Minister keeping that uppermost in mind, and we certainly will do so as we look forward to more details and debate on this incredibly important piece of legislation that touches every family in this province. So, as far as the nuts and bolts of the operational side of things, I'll certainly get into more detail as we progress in the various stages of debate. We can look at how the government handled the outbreaks in some of the continuing care facilities, and which resulted in significant deaths, what fines for operators were, what reporting responsibilities there were, but there's lots more to dig into. Thank you.
Honourable members, if I could indulge the House just for one brief moment, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister of Health and the member for Edmonton-McClung. It is so nice when interventions can actually help raise the level of Not sure if it's that good, but I do appreciate when interventions are used in the most appropriate way and the level of decorum is raised. I saw the Honourable Member for Edmonton decor rising.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps if that keeps going, I will attempt to keep that momentum moving around interventions. But, Mr. Speaker, I must admit, as our time winds down here this afternoon, I do rise in a little bit of frustration with Bill 11, the Continuing Care Act. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm always interested in, reading the legislation. What does it say? What doesn't it say? And more importantly, what are we saying about it? And so I was listening very intently when the Minister of Health gave his opening remarks on the bill. And, one of the first things I heard was, this is some of the first steps towards changing things. Well, as I know, my colleague and critic for seniors has kind of brought this up a little bit earlier. There was some touting before this bill was brought to us around some transformational changes. And I'll be honest, Bill 11's not transformational, okay? Especially since the minister started with the opening comments of first steps. The other comment that I caught that, I'll be honest, always tends to give me some concerns is around the word efficiencies. That tends to sometimes be an excuse to do as little as possible. And when we're talking about our seniors, the folks that built this province, and we get to enjoy everything that they have built, I think we should be striving at every opportunity to be able to provide them a level of care that they deserve, that they've earned. And so when I hear that word efficiency, I must admit I get a little nervous. As my colleague from Edmonton McClung was talking a little bit earlier about some of the money that might become available as a result of some of these changes. It's just part of my nature to ask, well, how did we get there? What did we do to be able to free up this money, and what were maybe some of the consequences of that? I certainly hear, Decor is blessed with 6 different facilities of different levels. I have a very significant seniors population. I get a chance to try to interact with them as much as I humanly can. And I always hear a little bit about some of the shortcomings. Well, it would really be great if, we got that. I know the pandemic has certainly shown a level of shortcomings, I guess, in terms of how we need to be looking at things. You can certainly look from an economic perspective around just simply the healthcare workers that are at these facilities, and some of only the part-time positions that are available. And, as the pandemic progressed, we saw where we had to shut the door on employees being able to work at multiple facilities. And so, I've always said that when a person has a full-time job, they're paid reasonably well, they have benefits, things like that. The economic argument for that, but there's also that safety argument. You have workers simply at one facility. And so does that mean then that we have to be able to provide those facilities the type of funding that they need to be able to maintain that type of workforce? As my colleague from Edmonton Centre talked about earlier, our seniors population is going to be growing. There's going to be a larger need for that in the future, and we have to be able to provide that level of service. We certainly heard in news reports over the course of the pandemic where, maybe seniors were only getting one bath a week. I really think we can do better than one bath a week. I've certainly heard concerns that have come into my office over the years where, a resident has needed something, and because of a lack of staffing, it was several hours before they were actually able to get to that individual, and I'm certainly not blaming the employees. They're doing whatever they possibly can, but as they say, there's only one of them with 2 hands, and there's only so much that they can handle. And I think we really need to look at that. So one of the other comments through the intervention that I listened to was about rolling out through the regulations in terms of how things will go. Now, I'm not necessarily going to beat up on the minister on this one, but I certainly heard in the past from members of the government and the government caucus who served in the 29th legislature when roles were reversed, were very, very, very critical of the government at the time when they would say, well, you will see these changes come out through regulations. And so here we now have the shoe on the other foot, and we certainly see a lot of things that are coming out in regulations. So again, I suppose that's just me getting a little bit hung up again on the language, and so again, it always gives me pause, because once the legislation's passed, there's not much that I can do in terms of a regulation coming out, and maybe that's not exactly going to be able to fit, and I'm not able to really address that matter going forward. One of the things that I did key in with my colleague from Edmonton Centre, of course, was the review that was completed in 2021. And so he brought up a number of points about what was in that review. I hate to say this, Mr. Speaker, but I have seen a little bit of a pattern here. Where there, how many more panels do we need to strike? How many more reports do we need to commission to then have them get placed on a shelf to collect dust, and we don't do anything with them? Because when we're looking at that review, I'm not seeing that reflected in the bill in terms of the things that we need to do. I know one of the and frankly I can't remember if this was in that review or not, but one of the things that I've heard loud and clear through people and organizations is around a seniors advocate. And I know we rolled that into the health advocate, but that position has fallen significantly short of what seniors need, because that position now is basically there's too much to try to pay attention to around that, whereas an individual specifically dedicated to advocating for seniors is able to focus in on that. And unfortunately, I think the position as a whole has kind of drowned that voice out. I really would have liked to have seen it, and I certainly know that the government has heard about this, to have seen a move towards reintroducing a seniors advocate as an independent office. They have the ability to be able to advocate for the rights of seniors and not be held back in their comments. Because at the end of the day, this is about creating a living standard that we can offer to our seniors, again, who built our province. So I'm hoping that that call has been heard, and that perhaps we might get an opportunity to be able to have a discussion, maybe during Bill 11. Maybe there's something that we can look at putting in there. I know I would certainly work with the minister on that to recreate that seniors advocate, because
Honourable Member, I hesitate to interrupt. However, pursuant to Standing Order 4.1c, the House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30 p.m.
Hold up.